Because on this day?
In 1958, Simon John Charles Le Bon was born in England.
What the hell?
What?
Simon
What
John
the hell is
Charles?
that song about?
Girls on, it's models. It's
Yeah, there's something else going on there.
no, it's just models. It's just
Yeah, if you saw the
It's just
video,
models.
it's just
models.
Yeah.
Uh,
Although his middle name is John, right?
6 a.m., John. I'm moving as fast as I can.
well, there you go. There you go.
and women of a certain age, Duran Duran holds a special place. In our hearts.
I'm surprised that you'll even confess that, Gina.
I proudly confess that.
You have no shame.
No,
Oh,
I love Duran Duran.
Did you ever see him?
I never saw them.
Never saw the Duran Duran. I know they were in town a couple of times.
Do you know the last time I know of that they were in town was so Joe and I got married in Hawaii, as you know.
Yes.
But then when you have a destination wedding, often when you come home, you have a little get-together because most people can't go to. So we had a little get-together at Squatters.
Mm-hmm.
And I had planned it poorly, as I was told by friends who said, that's the same night as Duran Duran.
Oh, well.
Oh,
And
no.
all your friends are women of a certain age, so
So it was a problem.
they had to choose their loyalty.
Yes, and I said, I understand. Please go. Simon is more important. than-" And luckily, we were at Squatters, so it was not far to go to the Delta Center from there.
I just don't know why they're singing about seagulls. It's just
the Girls on Film video
gulls.
was banned in by the BBC
Yes.
for quite some time.
Too sexy?
Before it was redone, because it was for instance, in one of the things they took out, I guess, 'cause I'm not that familiar with the video, I'm just reading about it, a cowgirl costume riding the back of a muscular G-string wearing black male model who
He
is
has like a horse
fetishistically
head on.
costumed as a horse.
He's
then
like,
she-
piggyback. Like she's,
Then she soaps his semi-nude muscular body with a wet sponge and then leads him on a leash while he cavorts behind her.
well, he's a horse. You gotta.
Now, if those roles were reversed, I believe you might be condemning this, Gina.
Well, what's wrong with being sexy?
Exactly.
If it were
Ist, because she's the victim. She's such a fine line between clever and
if it were a
stupid.
man riding a woman like a
Yes.
horse
Yes.
and soaping her up, it'd be an entirely different story in your
Yes, but
world,
that's.
wouldn't it?
But yes, but
No, according to Blaine in the chat room, MTV didn't play that video for quite a while either.
Well, it had to be if they fixed it.
They fixed it, then
Had
they
to be
started playing it.
edited.
But you could watch it on Night Flight because that was past midnight,
it's the adult videos or.
I guess.
Mud
where I
wrestling
saw it.
women.
I saw all the good videos on Night Flight and New Wave Theater. So
I can see why you like that song, Gina.
what other choices did we have for an On This Day?
Well, I mean, some of them may show up in Potty Break later, but we also on this day, Sonny Salvatore. His real name's Salvatore. Did you,
You
know
mean
that?
the ski death victim, Sonny Bono? He
Salvatore.
skied into a tree, didn't he?
Salvatore Philip Bono married Sherilyn Sarkeesian in 1964. Sonny and Cher married on this day.
I always kind of liked some of their songs.
Well, I don't know if that's true, 'cause you got
He had a great voice, didn't he?
Now, there are those who would argue with you.
You think?
Yeah.
I like this song.
the beat goes on,
Dottie Dottie Dee.
goes on.
Mm-hmm.
Drums keep pounding a rhythm
Utah.
Trees keep pounding a rhythm to the brain for Sonny.
Sonny was skiing here in Utah, right?
Yeah.
He didn't die in Utah.
Well, we helped.
Well,
He didn't die here.
Oh, didn't he run into the
He died
tree?
in
skied into a
California. In California, they're not here.
Oh, I thought it was here.
No.
Oh, I thought it was here. Okay. Oh, all this time I've been taking pride in the fact that we helped.
No.
You mean
What?
You mean Congressman Bono? He was a congressman at the time, wasn't he?
Yeah,
And
then
he was
his,
married
and then
to-
his wife took
Yeah.
over.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Mary Bono.
Forgot about all that.
Yeah, but it wasn't here.
No.
Here is where, Bill, you may be confused. Here is where Gwyneth Paltrow ran into a guy. She didn't kill him, but she hurt him.
Well, I
I
remember
knew.
that, yeah.
I knew we helped out somewhere along the way.
There was help
No, some
somewhere.
celebrity skied into a tree here and died. Who was it? I'm telling
Someone
you.
from a sitcom.
Yeah.
How do you Google that, Gene?
Let me try. Give me a minute.
All right.
Yeah, Sonny was skiing in Tahoe
Okay.
at Heavenly Mountain
Ah, nice. And
When
he went
he,
right
uh,
to heaven.
when he skied into a tree. Boy, I forget who it was.
So what do you Google? Celebrity died skiing in Utah? Or
Yeah. Or maybe somebody knows. You know, you can
no one's texting in.
text us 33986.
Tony Danza had an accident in Deer Valley.
Liam Neeson's wife?
Liam Neeson's
No,
wife
that wasn't
No.
here.
No,
wasn't here.
She did
No.
die skiing.
That
but
was
it
in
wasn't
Sun
here.
Valley, I think.
Okay. I think maybe we're thinking Tony Danza, and we
And
were
he
hoping.
didn't die.
No, no, he didn't.
Yeah, it's Tony Danza, and we were hoping. That's where we got confused.
Well,
Okay.
I'm glad we didn't clear any of that up. None of that cleared up. I'm not thinking too straight today anyway.
What's the matter?
Well, like, I don't know if you can see at x96.com/live.
What did you do now?
Cut yourself?
I cut my finger, and when you take blood thinners and cut your finger,
Oh, no.
it's not a pretty thing.
Problematic at best, yes.
Was it a gusher?
Yeah.
Did you
Yes,
need
it was.
stitches?
No,
Oh,
but I nearly passed out. No, I didn't really, but it just was. It's just not a happy day when you cut your. I shouldn't be. I should just say. I should say. I'm happy to fix dinner, but I need prep work done for me.
you
Mise en
want to
place.
just you want little glass bowls with everything all ready to go, and all you have to
Yep.
do is just
I think Carrie just yelled it. Mise
Yeah.
en place, right? Yeah.
Little Bill, you're on Mise en Place.
Yeah. My sous chef.
I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, you're my sous chef. Mise en place. Just put it. And I do that when I'm doing it myself. I cut everything up and put it in little bowls and get it all ready. But
what were you making?
lentil soup. It was delicious.
With a little bit of
No, I didn't. No,
No?
blood. No blood in the soup.
Ooh.
there
Blood.
was
It's
no
Halloween.
blood.
People would forgive you.
Yeah. No, there was no blood in the soup.
That might be my sign off today. We'll see. It could change, but as
There
of
was
right
no
now,
blood in the
it's
soup?
No
There
blood
There was
in the
no
soup.
blood in the soup. Danza was skiing with his wife Tracy at Deer Valley, where he has a condo, or had a condo, when he hit a rock and careened into a tree. Broke 5 ribs.
Not dead.
Not dead. Fine.
His career is pretty dead, but he made it. I could have sworn we had one celebrity die on the slopes here. but
I could, yeah.
Maybe
I thought-
it's a premonition, Bill. Maybe it's about to happen.
Well, it's one thing for sure. I'm not going skiing.
They knew
I
it
have a
was.
season pass. I have to go.
They knew it was Tony Danza because from inside the snowbank where he landed, all they heard was
Angela. Angela. Well,
Oh,
hi.
Duran Duran had a new album released on Friday?
Yeah, just recently.
Really?
They're still
Now-
working.
Now we should dig up something and listen to just a tiny bit of that, Carrie.
Sure.
See how
what,
Duran.
find
Duran
it for me.
What's the single that's find the single
Let
that's
me
being
look.
released? And I
Hold,
would be
please.
curious to know how Duran Duran is faring these days. They
Well,
formed, they've been around since 1978.
It's called Anniversary.
Is the single?
Would you like me to send it to you?
I got it right here, actually. Thank
All right,
you.
let's see how Duran Duran's doing.
Here, let me zoom into it.
That's Duran Duran.
Tuesday Tunes with Todd.
Yeah. Todd,
On
where are we at
Tuesday.
with the new? Are we on this new? We're not going to miss the boat on the new Duran Duran song, are we?
There is no boat. There is no boat for Duran Duran.
Sure, it's a ship.
No
Have
one-
you seen the Rio
no.
video, Bill?
No one is playing this song. No one.
Let's see. Charles Charlie Noxon, son of acclaimed TV writer and producer, died at a ski resort in Utah on New Year's Eve.
No.
His family and authorities announced, let's see, Noxon, son of Genji Kohan, who created Orange is the New Black and Weeds, died of an intermediate trail.
That's kind of celebrity adjacent.
Adjacent, yeah. Oh, well. Let's get this over with then.
Yeah, let's do, please. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. And check in with the Radio from Hell show. We always like to hear from you in the morning. Some of you just to say hi, what you're doing, what's going on, how's the day, what was your day like yesterday, what would you like to have us do today? 877-602-9696. That would be the number you call now to check in with the Radio from Hell show.
All right, so we'll get to it right after these. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Now, don't let that ship pass you by.
No.
The Hoops Vision LASIK surgery. A lot of people, they keep putting it off. Carrie put it off
I did.
for a long time. Some people are first adopters. I jumped on it when I had the opportunity. But I understand a lot of people being nervous about LASIK, but it's such a simple, easy procedure. And when you're done, you can see without glasses or contact lenses.
Yeah,
That's astonishing.
my sister's wife, April, I finally convinced her that she needed to do it, and she said exactly the same thing that everybody does. I wish I'd done it sooner.
Now, you can use your Flex Spending account, your HSA, to help pay for LASIK. Plus, Hoops has financing to fit almost any budget. So give them a call now and schedule your free, no-obligation appointment. It's 877-30-LASIK, or you can go to hoopsvision.com.
All of the Beat Gina topics have been specifically chosen for their relevance and entertainment value, and all of the answers have been thoroughly vetted and researched, and anyone who says different is itching for a fight. And now, let's welcome the host of Beat Gina. He's the sharp-witted and fashion-forward man of the hour, the one and only, because they broke the mold when they made him, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome, Kerry Jackson.
Thanks for coming up out of the basement to keep score with us.
You're welcome.
Every Thursday.
My pleasure.
All right, let's. We do have a full phone bank, but during the break we talked about who we're going to pick to be a contestant, and Gina has decided that Hank is going to be the contestant. Thanks for the other two people who called. We appreciate it. Hank said that if Gina beats him, that he will go to Squatters, just a block away from us.
Moochie's.
There,
It's
John. Moochie.
Moochie's.
Oh, was it Moochie's? I thought it was
It's
Squatters. Okay.
Moochie's,
there's-
meatballs, and more.
Several
It's
location of Moochie's. Yes.
Several locations of Moochie's, meatballs, and more.
All right. Well, thank you, Hank. All right, Hank. The movie is Hocus Pocus. That's the trivia topic. And how we determine who goes first is a simple coin toss. So I would like you to tell me heads or tails, and I'll use the coin toss app to determine it.
Let's go heads.
Heads. All right, let's see what happens. All right. Coin toss app says heads. You go first.
Oh,
All right.
man.
That gives you an advantage in the game, Hank. Here's how it works. Your question goes first. You get a chance to answer it exclusively with no interference. If you get it right, you get the point. If you get it wrong, Gina gets a chance to answer it and steal your point away. We'll go back and forth until we have somebody with 3 points. That will be the winner of the game. All right, here we go. Hank, here's your question.
The excitement is so thick you can cut it with a spoon.
Hank, what was the final ingredient for the life-sucking potion? What was the final ingredient for the life-sucking potion? Was it A, a chocolate coating? The chocolate coating makes it go down easier. B, eyes of newt. C, a bit thine own tongue. Or asks or muzzles. Do your research, sheeple.
Let's go B.
B, eyes of newt. Incorrect, Gina.
C.
C, a bit thine own tongue. There you go.
Well, the score is 1-0 for Gina, and Gina controls the question. A chance to sort of really command the game with this one.
All right, let's pick a good one here for Gina. All right, here we go. What do the sisters use to fly after their brooms are stolen? What do the sisters use to fly after their brooms are stolen? Was it A, a single-engine Piper Cub powered by a tremendous sense of self-satisfaction? B, a broom, a mop, and a vacuum? C, a Swiffer sweeper, a Swiffer wet jet, and a Swiffer duster? Product placement is key. Or D, took a cab?
That'd be B.
Oh, a broom, a mop, and a vacuum. Very good.
All right, it's 2-0 for Gina. Hank now controls the question. Hank has a chance to get back into the game with this one.
All right, Hank, let's go here. What was the name of the high school that Max and Allison attends? What was the name of the high school? Was it A, Rydell High School, B, Halloween Town High, C, East High, or D, Jacob Bailey High School?
Oh, man. Let's go B.
B, Halloween Town High?
Yeah.
That is incorrect, Gina.
Well, it's not Rydell, of course. That's the Grease High School. Everybody knows that. Is it D?
D, Jacob Bailey High School is correct, and by golly.
Well, it was a sweep. I'm
Hey.
sorry,
Good job,
Hank. Sorry, Hank. You screwed the pooch, as they say.
Yeah. My bad.
Zero points.
You guys are the best.
Oh, Hank, you're going to go to Moochie's, right, and get some lunch? Get some
Yes.
meatballs
Yes.
or more?
Get the Philly cheesesteak egg rolls, I'm telling you.
If
Delicious.
you're
I'll try
if you're
those.
going to do that,
Good
Hank,
questionable, but now I'll try them.
why don't we give you a tote bag so you have something to carry all your meatballs in? How about that?
He's going to go before he'll ever be able to get the tote back, I hope.
Well,
that's true.
there will be meatballs in the future that need to be
that's
toted.
true. It's
Thank you, guys.
It's often cloudy with a chance of meatballs. All right, I'm gone. Goodbye, Hank.
Oh,
nice
Johnny.
hearing your voice, Hank.
Thank you,
and
Hank.
hang on the line, Hank. And I'm going to go away now.
We'll get you on hold, and you can. We'll get your information for the tote bag.
You know, he jokes, but that's probably exactly what they'll do.
Enter Piano Man.
Yeah. A little.
Waiting for the piano man to come.
Exactly what they do.
I don't
East
think so.
side,
What would-
girl. Yeah.
If not Bill, then what? If not,
Okay.
what's the crossover that?
I think they'll just do their music. That's
Now see my the secret parody songwriter inside of me is now writing Enter Sandman, but using Billy Joel lyrics. You know.
We ought to get the show underway here, and then we'll go to your check-ins if you're going to do it. 877-602-9696. I'm going to have some Mill Creek coffee.
Me too.
Mill Creek Coffee, it's finger licking good. Remember that, okay? It's good stuff. And Mill Creek, of course, the store, the Mill Creek store downtown on Main Street, open at 6:30, so you can go get your coffee there. All right, let's officially begin the program, shall we?
Step into $400 with University Credit Union in 3 steps. Step to the nearest University Credit Union branch or go to ucreditu.com today to see how you qualify.
The moon is waning. It is 63.0% of full. The moon will set today at 2:22 p.m. Today is Navy Day, Gina. Navy Day.
Oh, what are we supposed to do on Navy Day?
You have a son in the Navy.
Yeah.
You're
man.
supposed to, I'm
Was I
supposed to
supposed
tell
to get him
you.
a present?
Look.
Here's what it says.
All right.
Give a salute and some well-deserved attention to your proud U.S. Navy and to the sailors who serve our country. So everybody, ahoy there, and salute. That's what you're supposed to do.
Okay. Ahoy, hoy, honey.
This is the Radio from Hell show starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, has been replaced by some witch in the studio.
She looks lovely.
So, well, I didn't say she didn't. She's wearing a witch hat. And Gina, that's all I signified by that. But you immediately attacked me like I'm saying she looks horrible or something. She just Katie's wearing a witch hat and a very nice Halloween shirt or jacket. I can't quite tell. It's nice. And then we have in the producer's booth, we have Miriam and Cameron Diaz helping out as well. Yes, Katie.
It's a Hocus Pocus cardigan. So it has all the little pieces from Hocus Pocus in it.
All
It's
right.
day 3 of my makeshift Halloween costumes up until Friday when I actually wear a real costume.
All right. And no matter what Gina says, Katie, you look lovely.
Oh, thanks.
Well, that's what I...
See? That's what you do to me.
All right. Let's get our check-ins going. We'll start with Nicole. Hello, Nicole.
Nicole, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's our friend Nicole, the who works at the spa and has been a friend of the program for ever and ever and ever. How are you?
Oh, yeah, since junior high. Junior high. And now I'm a grandma. So, yeah. Hey, so I have a question.
Yes.
Okay.
I always come and support your Thanksgiving turkey drive, and then I usually come down and see you guys at the road home.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you guys didn't do that last year because of COVID. Do you have plans this year?
You know,
I mean,
we
you
were
did
just
it, but
talking about
not
this
in person.
yesterday.
Yes.
There is going to be a food drive at the Gateway coming up.
Yeah, November 20th, I want to say, but don't quote me. But around that time.
And the road home plans are still to be determined.
We know the days that we'll be doing our, telethon, and that's the 21st and 22nd of December. That we do know. More than likely, it's going to be digital again.
Okay.
That's what it's leaning toward right now, unless something can happen or something does
Like
happen.
COVID goes away.
Or
Yeah,
we can get some big hamster balls that we could be in or
Yeah.
something like that.
It magically goes away. Thanksgiving, what a wonderful date that would be for it to just go away magically.
So,
Yeah, I always support those, but I love seeing you guys in person. But,
well, and we
did
like
support
being
them last year too.
we like being seen in person.
Mostly.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I do. But
Instances these days, maybe not so much.
I haven't been out of the house for 3 days.
Oh, really? Good for you.
What?
Yeah, I didn't go out of the house Monday
3
or 2
days?
days. 2 days. Monday or Tuesday.
Like even in your yard?
Nope, didn't even go out on the porch.
I would
grief.
have I would have hit 4 days yesterday, but I went and got tacos.
Good for you.
You broke it with tacos.
I broke it with tacos.
And Gina? You left your house?
I go out every day.
She goes
I
out
got
and about all
kids.
the
I
time.
have to
She's
go out
she's
every
the one
day.
that's going to give it to me. I'm telling you right now.
See,
I
I
never
got
see you. When would I give it to you?
I got
see me
I got
next.
kids and I send them out. I don't go out. I send them out.
Yeah.
Well, Sage moved out, so now my husband and I are starving because we can't. They go pick up food.
Go get tacos. Yeah.
Thanks for checking in, Nicole. Nice to hear from you.
Yeah, you too. Okay, bye.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Nicole.
Hi.
She has such a pleasant voice, doesn't she?
Hi.
Yes, she's a lovely person.
I like that. Traffic, please, Gina.
Let's see if we have any issues. We certainly don't have any weather issues this morning, so I'm hoping for no traffic issues. The only one I see, nope, that's cleared up. So we're looking good. If you see something not looking good, you can text us at 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We've got, in the next break, all in one break, big boy news and opinionuendo, and things that must go. All in the next break. Stand by for that. Chainsaw Guy coming up at 7 o'clock.
What?
I know, right?
Oh, that was the noise I heard.
That was the noise. Boners round one. Get your questions for Dr. Cobble ready. It's a full show today, so be ready to go for it. Stamps.com. Now, if you're looking for ways to skip the trip to the post office, we were talking about how we haven't left the house in days. You can dodge all that hectic holiday shopping traffic and the lines at the post office. Hey, I love the post office. Don't get me wrong. People think I'm dissing the post office. I just don't like spending a lot of time there. And with Stamps.com, you don't have to spend any time there if you don't want to. They let you compare rates, print labels, and access exclusive discounts on UPS and USPS services. All you need in your house or your small business or whatever it is a computer and a printer. And you can do it all from, like I said, your small business, your side hustle in your basement, like me. I'm selling some of my toy collection, and you get access to all the post office stuff. And you get discounts you can't find anywhere else, like up to 40% off USPS rates and 76% off UPS rates. So be sure to sign up. When you do, use the promo code, it's my last name, Jackson, Jackson, for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial, free postage, and a digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts. So just go to Stamps.com, click on that microphone at the top of the page, enter the code name Jackson, my last name, Jackson, Stamps.com. Today's word is barium. Spell it with me now, B-A-R-I-U-M, barium. Now we'll use it in some dialogue, starring as those two faithful Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. Join us as a conversation takes place in LeVar's trailer as our two friends eat lunch together. The word again is barium.
Hey, what's that funny smell in the trailer here, LeVar? I just about can't stand it.
What?
I mean, your trailer usually smells pretty bad, but this is about the worst. Pass me the tartar sauce and lemon wedges, please.
Here you go. Well, LeGrand, the smell you smell could be emanating from any one of a number of sources. Could be coming from that garbage pail I keep over there by the fridge.
Ew.
Or from that pile of garbage I keep under the trailer. Or, it could be wafting in from that landfill right next door. Then what you could be smelling is my feet, because I ain't changed these socks for about a fortnight. That's 2 weeks, I've been reading the Reader's Digest condensed Shakespeare.
No, it don't smell like none of those things. It smells kind of like a old lily pond or like a fish market or something. It's a wet kind of dead smell.
Wet and dead? Oh, it must be my goldfish. They both passed away a few days ago. See? They're just floating in the jar over there.
Oh, no. When did the poor little things die?
Well, it's been a while. When I saw them floating in the jar there, I thought they was sleeping. I kept giving them food, and they wasn't eating it, so I figured out that they was dead. Poor little Jaws and poor little Flipper. Ain't never gonna swim again.
Oh, no.
Ain't never gonna respond to my call. Ain't never gonna snuggle up to my finger when I reach in to pet him. Ain't never gonna bring me my slippers again. Guess I'll just flush them down the crapper.
No! No, you can't do that! Them fish brought you your slippers?
Well, they hadn't mastered it yet, but I was training them. And why can't I drop them in the bowl and pull the lever?
Because it would destroy their immortal souls. Going down the sewer is like being cast into outer darkness. They need to receive a proper funeral so they can be reunited forever in heaven. They was married, wasn't they?
Well, I guess. So now what you're saying is I need to dig a hole and bury them?
Yep. Have a ceremony and bury them.
Well, I tell you, LeGrand, I love these little fishy friends of mine. But I think you're out of your nut. Besides, it's too much trouble to dig a hole and bury them. This watery grave is like being buried at sea. Goodbye, little fishies.
You're a cold man, LeVar. Hey, you gonna eat the rest of your fish sticks?
All right, 6:37. We got Big Boy News now. Then we got Things That Must Go, all in this break. News brought to you by...
Scott Hale is offering a $49 furnace tune-up for appointments scheduled by October 31st. Call 801-264-HALE.
Oh, thank you very much.
Well, yet more stories about the shooting on the movie set of Rust. Alec Baldwin, the district attorney in New Mexico, says an enormous amount of bullets were found on the set. Criminal charges are on the table. We hear more and more and more about this, and less and less and less about the attack on the Capitol on January 6th and the fact that members of Congress might have been involved in the planning of that.
Yeah.
We hear very little about that. It's all Alec Baldwin.
That's your liberal mainstream media, right, Bill?
That's
I
us. Wait a minute. I'm confused. How
And
can we make the January 6th insurrection sexier so people will pay attention to it? How can we do that?
well, we can't because Louis Gohmert's involved.
Yeah, I was going to say, get
And he's
someone.
anti-sex.
Yeah. If we had
Anti-sexy.
someone sexy involved, that would be different. But there's no one sexy involved here.
Speaking of somebody sexy, Butch Patrick,
Eddie
You know-
Munster.
Eddie Munster,
Eddie Munster.
played Eddie Munster on the TV show. He that back in the '60s, kids. He made a surprise appearance yesterday or Monday as a witness in a Wisconsin murder trial
What?
He had
After-
court?
after defense attorneys suggested that he was behind the killing.
What? Eddie
What?
Munster?
Well, he is a vampire, so...
He's a wolf
No,
boy.
he's a
Gina.
wolf boy.
Is he a
Gina.
wolf?
Boy,
Oh.
yes.
Not a God. Why don't you just sit back and be quiet when we're talking about this kind of stuff?
Which was not really explored in the Munsters
No,
TV
not
series
much.
because he didn't go through puberty yet. Now, if you watch the 1313 Mockingbird Lane,
Yeah.
it's on YouTube and it's a reboot of the Munsters. It was one episode that they address it thoroughly. He goes through puberty and turns into a wolf.
Butch Patrick was called to the witness stand by defense attorneys representing Cindy Schultz Judas, who is charged in the 2006 murder of her husband Ken. Her attorneys have argued that Butch Patrick, whose real name is Patrick Allen Lilly, is one of 5 people who are actually behind the murder. The 58-year-old Ken Judas was shot in his home in August of 2006. Prosecutors have argued that his wife Cindy, who was arrested in December of 2019, put 2 bullets into her husband to keep the benefits of his multiple life insurance policies. The defense has pointed the finger at 5 people, including Butch Patrick, Eddie Munster,
Wow.
whose motive to kill Judas allegedly stems from a lawsuit filed by the Judases, the Ken and Cindy,
Oh, okay.
accusing a man of fraud involving the land where Monster Hall Raceway was located.
So he's still riding the monster...
Oh, yeah. That's
What
all
else
he
is
has.
he? Gina, what else is he got?
So they said, where were you on the weekend that he was shot? Now, this is back in 2016. And he says, Butch Patrick says, well, I don't know. I was attending an event, which means he was at some monster convention.
Yeah, or
The
or
weekend,
car show,
or the weekend before. But that weekend, I don't remember. I assume I was doing the same thing. He says he has nothing to do with it. I think they will find that he had everything to do with it, and they should look in. They should look into whether there was a full moon.
But shooting is not his MO. Not what he would do. He
No,
would
it's a cover-up, Carrie. That's a cover-up.
Oh, he wants to trick them.
Yeah. Okay. There were 2 bullets in Ken. Oh, and his stomach was eaten out by a wild animal.
Now, see, that would definitely point.
Yeah. All right. Let's see the coronavirus update. Coronavirus update.
It's getting
didn't-
bad again.
The,
Why are we acting like it's all done? Because it's not.
Because Halloween and Thanksgiving are approaching, and that,
Well, Utah's reported 1,614 new COVID cases, 10 additional deaths. That was yesterday's report. The
20% positivity rate. 20%.
The FDA's independent vaccine advisory board has voted to recommend emergency use for Pfizer's 1/3 dose vaccine for children ages 5 to 11. Will parents do it? The children's vaccine could help get the pandemic under control here in Utah. We know that kids 5 to 11 play an important role in transmission of the virus, said Dr.
Exactly.
Andrew Pavia with the University of Utah Health and Primary Children's Hospital. There's a big benefit to children as well as a benefit to the family, as well as a benefit to our community. According to the Utah Department of Health, the Pfizer pediatric vaccine is the same one as the adult vaccine, just a smaller amount of it for kids. And if you get your kids vaccinated, it could go a long way to helping get the virus under control. Now look, Elon Musk is now like the richest man ever.
Not like he is.
Tesla's Musk, and he has slammed the Biden administration for their proposed tax on billionaires' unrealized gains, which would target ultra-wealthy entrepreneurs like Mr. Musk. Elon Musk, who saw his wealth soar Monday by more than $36 billion to bring his net worth to $289 billion, attacked the Democratic tax plan on Twitter Monday evening, responding to a tweet that urged people to write to their political representatives to protest the proposal. Musk said, quote, "Exactly. Eventually, they run out of other people's money and then they come for you." I would like to point out, and I saw this statistic today, that if we took 2% of Elon Musk's wealth, 2%, world hunger could be erased.
Yeah.
That's
And
according to
Elon-
the director of the UN Food Scarcity Organization.
And Elon's statement makes it sound like we haven't been paying our taxes, just like he hasn't for the long. He thinks that.
Apparently, this tax proposal would affect 700 people.
Yeah.
There are 700 people that fall into the category of this tax. That's it.
Yeah.
In 700. And those people that would be taxed, they could write off that tax as a loss, which basically means they don't lose it. They get a credit for it somewhere else. This is not a problem.
But remember, Gina, though, Mitt Romney warned us that if we do this, that these rich people will take all their money and buy paintings.
That's what he said.
He said that.
Yeah.
To which I say, hey, great for artists. Awesome.
You know, 2%. The Food Scarcity Organization in the United Nations said 2% of Elon Musk's wealth, we could pretty much go and solve world hunger.
Yeah.
They're going to come and take my money. Shut up.
Yeah, they're already taking your money.
They're already not taking Elon's money.
They're not taking Elon's, and that's the problem.
The judge
This
in
is
the
about
Kyle,
paying your fair share.
the judge in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
Oh, man.
This isn't a
pissed
boner
me off.
candidate?
No, I decided it was too inflammatory. Wisconsin judge ruled that attorneys in the Kyle Rittenhouse murder trial could refer to the men that he shot in Kenosha, Wisconsin last year. He could refer to them as rioters, could refer to them as looters, could refer to them as arsonists, but if the defense attorneys better not call those people victims, because that's too loaded. That's too inflammatory.
Wait, those other three words aren't, though.
They're loaded in the right way, Carrie.
They aren't loaded or inflammatory. Rioters.
I went down a rabbit hole of this judge yesterday.
He's a turd.
He is a turd, and he like anybody that ends up in his court, almost immediately petitions to have it changed to another. Like hundreds of cases last year.
Not that judge.
Yeah, it's like how he's still a judge. I don't know. There is story after story after story of the horrible things he's done.
Because judges are enormously powerful.
Yeah.
Enormously powerful.
And Orrin Hatch used to refer to these. Well, if you're a liberal, then you're an activist judge.
Oh.
Orrin Hatch would say this is not an activist judge. This is a man who's just is all about a fair trial.
Nope.
Is what Orrin would say.
You know, Keanu Reeves is just finishing up John Wick 4.
Yes.
Gave everybody on the entire crew a Rolex watch.
Not the entire crew, 5 people.
Well, let's see. Is that only 5 people? Only 5
people.
Rolex watches? That's only $50,000, $60,000 worth of watches.
I know, exactly.
It says here the entire crew.
That's if you read into the story, it's 5 people. It's
The
his stunt
entire
team.
crew of stunt people.
Four
it's a
guys
bad headline then.
4 guys in Paris.
Yeah.
Who were stunt. Okay.
That's
But
still
that's
nice.
20
That's still a nice story.
Yeah.
Well, Carrie, what do you have to crap on Keanu for?
I was not crapping on Keanu. I was making sure our news desk was held accountable.
It says here the entire crew.
The headline says that, but you have to read past the headline, as we know. Clickbait, clickbait, clickbait.
All right, that's it.
All right, sports, weather, traffic.
Well, Paris Saint-Germain, that's a soccer club. And there's a soccer player for that soccer club, and his name is Ander Herrera. And he was robbed last night, poor guy, by a prostitute who stole his phone and 2,000 euros from his wallet. What?
Well, that's too bad.
What? He's a professional soccer player.
So?
He doesn't need a prostitute.
And?
Oh,
How do
I
you
see what
know?
you're saying. Okay, I thought
Apparently,
I thought you were
he
going
knows.
down the road of because he's a professional soccer player, he shouldn't be robbed. Okay.
No.
That's where I thought you were headed.
What?
I'm
I
sorry.
don't understand, Gina.
I'm sure there
Soccer
are
players
any
need
number
whores,
of
too.
dozens of women waiting after the game. For
Bunches of them.
free.
And that's the one he picked.
No, but see, Gina, then you got to get that whole non-disclosure thing going. With a prostitute, it's built in.
It's a
Business.
it's a business.
It's a business. Yeah.
Business.
Let's see. I stayed up too late and watched the Jazz game last night, but it was a good thing I did because they won, and maybe that's why 122-110 over the Denver Nuggets. They are 3-0 in regular season play.
Wait, did you just? I'm not going to let that go by. You're suggesting the fact that you stayed up and watched the game is why they
Sure,
won?
it's karma. It's support. It's yeah. It's,
Okay.
Let's see. Real Salt Lake, they play FC Dallas today at 6 p.m. And in the baseball, Atlanta Braves over the Houston Astros 6-2. They play again today at 6 o'clock.
Game 1, right? I think.
That's your sports. Weather, slight chance of showers, just 20%, not much of a chance of that today. And we'll start to warm up, 52 for a high today. Will be 60 tomorrow and mid-60s by the weekend, it looks like. So that's nice. And the traffic has been nice, too. Let me refresh my UDOT cameras, see if there's anything new that has cropped up in the last few minutes. I have to go all the way to Hilldale in Washington County to find an accident for you.
All the way to Hilldale now.
SR 59. If you're that's part of your
Could you
commute.
please help Gina out by having some accidents closer to
No,
town?
no, I'm glad. This is a good thing. That's traffic.
All right, thank you. Let's see. Things that must go now, brought to you by.
Prepare for winter by checking your furnace for safety and efficiency. Get your furnace inspected by a licensed contractor. Another helpful tip brought to you by Dominion Energy.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are really just. These things chafe your hide, don't they? They're making you upset. They're just aggravating you so much, and you want them to go from your life. And so you say, I know what I'll do. I'll send a strongly worded email to radiofromhell@x96.com, and I'll put my must-goes in that email, and maybe it'll make me feel better if they read it on the radio, and maybe they'll disappear from my life. So do that. Must go. Put it in the subject line. Send it to radiofromhell@x96.com. Let's see, I'll start today. There's one that's been bugging me. You know, when you go to an Airbnb in particular, it's somebody's house.
Sure.
And what's bothering me a lot is the placement of toilet paper rolls in bathrooms. The toilet paper roll and dispenser should always be, picture this, you're sitting there,
Okay.
slightly down and to the right, at the very least to the left, maybe to the left, but that not behind you where you have to.
No.
Like hanging on the wall behind you?
Well, it's on the like the one where I just was. It's a wonderful house, but you're sitting there and you realize that the toilet dispenser is in the vanity, and it's slightly behind you and to the left. No. Now there doesn't seem to be any place to put it anywhere else. Then just get one of those stands that you put toilet paper rolls on. Don't put it in an awkward place.
Here comes Bill with his government regulations. Here we go.
This one says, you can use my first name. Okay, Sue. People who use the word sale and sell incorrectly. Mm-hmm. I'm a realtor, and when I hear this used incorrectly, I just want to scream. Here's an example. Sue's got an example, Gina.
Okay.
Here, can you help me sale my house?
Oh, my.
Or My house is for sale. Although I've lived here many years, I'm originally from California, so help me to understand. Is this a Utah thing?
Yeah,
pretty much.
It's
Yes,
the
it
Utah accent, yeah.
I feel like I'm listening to LeVar and LeGrand on the Utah Word of the Day. Please, people, can you help me sell my house? My house is for sale. And secondly, those pimple popping videos that keep showing up in my Facebook feed all of the time, make those go away.
Stay off of Facebook and you won't have that problem.
This one says, my things that must go are children trying to make cotton candy in the dryer.
Ooh.
Is
Because
this a
they
TikTok thing?
They saw a YouTube hack by putting sugar in the drum and soda in the dispenser drawer. Cotton candy is made with sugar spun around 330 degrees Fahrenheit. Most home dryers reach 135 tops, so no one gets burned. The dryer becomes a sticky mess. Number 2, my roommate putting his dirty feet on the white walls and not bothering to clean off the dirty marks.
Ew.
The townspeople of Escalante, Utah,
The townspeople.
for not having bitters for sale.
Oh.
They denied Bill from making a drink more complex and give a more complete flavor profile. Bill works really hard to give a quality Radio from Hell program, and he needs to relax at times. He deserves a bottle of whiskey and some bitters every month. Every month he deserves bitters and whiskey for his hard work. Thanks for letting me listen, Tony.
Every month.
Yeah. Carrie?
All right. The first two from our house. First of all, when you think you put your phone on the cordless charger, but you didn't, and you wake up to 5% full battery power, that's a problem. And then you can guess from which one of the two of us this next one is from. A thing that must go, the damn History Channel. Because, listen, because at the beginning of November, I've been looking forward to this, all right? This is a 10-part series. I love the documentaries that are about the making of shows and movies,
Sure.
which is why I'm watching that History of Horror with Eli Roth and all these. I love that stuff. Well, they've got a 10-part series about my favorite thing, Star Trek, coming up on the History Channel. So I was excited for that. I set the VCR to catch it all. Well, then I get a press release that says the first 4 will be available on the History Channel. The final 6 you have to subscribe to the History Channel Vault to watch
A trick.
for
It's a
$4.99 a month. And so screw you, History Channel. Anyway, all right. This one is from, it says please use my name, but nurse, I'm not going to use your name. And I think once you hear the content of the email, you'll understand I'm doing you a favor. All right. Things that must go is the morale donuts in the break room, pizza party, yay, and Spreadnex, particularly in healthcare. At the beginning of this pandemic, there was a certain amount of appreciation for this. It was always, we know your patient loads are getting impossible to deal with. You're working super hard, staying late, skipping your lunch breaks, covering for your colleagues who get COVID, and you're risking your physical and mental health. You're going above and beyond. Well, here we are, going on 2022. Not much has changed other than a lot of us had burned out a long time ago and have quit health care. And the patient loads have overwhelmingly shifted to the right-wing Spreadneck COVID deniers, who are all the most self-entitled little Karens who demand the entire universe. When we don't treat their pre-death experience like a catered and pampered vacation they thought it was going to be, they get verbally and occasionally physically abusive. Personally, I prefer not to have my ass kicked because the food you receive is served in a styrofoam tray. And I'm sorry, but keeping your door open negates the purpose of the negative pressure room. And no, in this case, I don't care about your freedoms. Your poor choices have brought you to me, not mine. But really, healthcare corporations, if you want to incentivize us coming to work and subjecting ourselves to this misery, how about a raise? I haven't had a raise of any kind in 2.5 years, and Utah is one of the lowest paying states for RNs. Honestly, I'm sick of stale donuts and cold pizza left over from the day shift at the break room and the bloated sickness that follows. Honestly, it's insulting. You can see why I didn't use this person's name, even though they said, yes, use it. All right.
Gina?
Dear Lords and Lady, my one thing that must go is people who denigrate educators who also happen to be coaches. Often we're characterized as not caring about teaching, or it's insinuated that we're not very smart, or at least not as smart as real teachers. As a person who teaches and coaches, I care a great deal about what I do. I think what I teach is of value and I work hard at it. Being a coach just means that I'm sacrificing my free time to be with the students more. I do this to help them reach their goals and something they're passionate about in hopes they'll have a positive school experience. In other words, I actually want them to have good memories about their time here. Sometimes extracurriculars, art, band, choir, theater, or sports is the only thing that motivates certain students to come to school. As with any job, hearing people speculate on how hard you work when they don't know a thing about what you do is actually super frustrating. Sorry for the soapbox stuff. Thanks for letting me vent. And Geek Show says, hey. Then finally this. Good morning, Lords. I'm Shane. Go on, use my name.
Okay.
I've had a problem year-round, but it gets worse around Halloween. I need this to go away, stay away, and be done with. I own an old ranch in rural Utah, and we have 3 houses on the property, 2 of which are abandoned due to age, radon gas, and black mold. There's a long process in tearing them down due to safety regulations, so as old places go, they gain reputations as haunted murder scenes. Teenagers and fools who have watched Ghostbusters way too many times tend to trespass in the area. There are signs up indicating no trespassing in dangerous conditions. The property is fenced, but people come here anyway and vandalize the place and spray paint it. And if you get hurt there, guess who has to pay for it? The property owner. So stay out of there. They're not, all abandoned houses are not murder houses.
Just most of them.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Traffic.
Well, we got big problems in Hilldale, SR 59, about 3 miles north of milepost 4. There's Washington County. That's it. I think all the way to Washington County for traffic.
Okay. Let's see. We're going to take a break here. Coming up next, Chainsaw Guy. Now, I don't know what Chainsaw Guy has planned. Is he going to require phone calls? Do you know, or
It's up to whatever we want to do.
I think we can take a phone call.
Love
or
advice
2
from Chainsaw Guy?
Yeah, love and life advice. And then I know
Okay.
there was a Chainsaw Guy wanted to address something as well. So.
Okay. All right. Chainsaw Guy coming up after these. KXRK Provo.
Hello, kiddies. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. Since this is tax season, I thought you might want to hear a story from the big ledger about filing your taxes. Today's installment concerns the do's and don'ts of claiming deductions. Pay careful attention now, or you may have to pay more later.
Well, Mrs. Johnson, I've looked over your return, and I have a few questions about some of your deductions.
Oh, my, is there something wrong?
Well, you've claimed over $9,000 in medical expenses.
That's correct. I have all the receipts right here in this shoebox.
You seem to be in perfect health. Now, some of these procedures seem a bit odd.
Oh?
Spaying,
Yes.
neutering,
Yes.
hairball removal.
Yes.
These are services performed on your cat.
Oh, yes, I love cats. I have over 30 of them.
You can't claim your pet's medical expenses.
But they're like family to me.
It's not allowed by the IRS.
Well, could I claim them as a home improvement?
How so?
Well, they keep me toasty warm in the winter. They're like portable space heaters.
I don't think so.
Well, they shed a lot.
So?
Their excess fur helps insulate my house. Better R value than the pink fiberglass stuff.
And no.
Can I claim them as my children?
And no. The government would never overlook you being 80 years old with more than 30 dependents, some of whom are named Buffy, Tabby, and Mr. Boots.
Well, I've made sure they all have Social Security numbers.
Well, why didn't you say so? Sign here. You can expect a hefty refund.
Oh, thank you.
Ms. Smith, send in Mr. Thompson, will you?
Oh,
The guy who wants to deduct his dog as a home security system.
okay.
Well, kiddies. It does pay to keep good records after all. Looks like Mrs. Johnson is in for a windfall. If she can avoid an audit by the IRS, that is. Maybe the nice accountant fellow from S&M Block will go to jail for her. Remember to file on time, and if you need any help with those tricky forms, don't hesitate to ask your old friend, the bookkeeper.
Well, like I said, be listening. You heard Deep Voice Guy there, just kind of tease it. But starting next week, it's our $1,000 a day giveaway, our cash bribe to make you listen longer.
Hey, do you guys have any inside track on how to win some of that cash?
Chainsaw Guy, you got to listen for the keyword, and we'll...
That's not what I asked you.
No.
I asked you if you had an inside track.
No,
I could listen to for a keyword like any schmo in the audience.
That's contest fraud, Chainsaw.
We
can't do that.
Oh, I guess now talking about it on the radio kind of queers that deal, don't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Sorry.
Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. He's the hockey masked figure at the end of every haunted house, who chases you with his chainsaw out the doors to make sure you get to your car semi-safely.
That's right.
It's Chainsaw Guy,
Hi
everybody.
there, everybody. Listen,
Hi, Chainsaw Guy.
Carrie, if you go to x96.com/live, Carrie, he's got the traditional hockey mask. That's the one I wear, or like the one I wear when I'm at the. But now I'm in civilian clothes. I'm just wearing my COVID mask.
It's your COVID mask.
This
Is
my
that all?
COVID.
Oh,
This is my
okay.
COVID
All right.
mask. Listen, so I'm here to offer any love advice. If anybody needs love advice, I can do that. I brought my chainsaw. I brought my tooling, and I can offer love advice if you want to call at 877-602.
Here, wait. Yeah, but maybe
what?
Yeah,
maybe I should give the.
Why? What's the matter? I know the phone number. I think
I know. I just want to make sure people understand it. It's
Oh.
It's 877-602-9696. If you love or life advice from a self-certified life coach, Chainsaw Guy, right now.
But if you don't want to do that, that's fine, because I've been hearing Bill talk on the radio about these, 20 simple sauces that'll transform any meal. I know that the quickest way to make a great meal with a dish that thrills with big flavor is to, dollop or spread or drizzle any one of these sauces on the main ingredients. It's wonderful. So I'd be happy to just talk about sauce.
People call in for love or life advice from Chainsaw Guy at 877-602-9696.
I wanted I wanted Bill to do that simple sauce list for so long that I finally just got a hold of him and said, if you don't send me the list, I'm going to come over and chainsaw part of your house.
Well, then I'm glad he gave up the list.
He did. So I've got it here.
All right. Well, I mean, we don't have time for all 20.
Yeah?
But maybe there's one that you could
one
have from the
There's
list?
20 simple sauces. I can't just do one.
Well, pick your favorite one.
It's so hard to do. The salty sweet sauces, the tangy sauces. There's, of course, fry sauce. That's one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's probably
fry sauce.
pretty easy.
It's chili sauce. There's, let's see. Well, how about Cholula?
I'm ready to write it down. I've been waiting, so.
Pick us a salty sweet sauce. How about that?
No, I don't want to do that one.
Okay, all right. Which one would you like to do?
Tartar.
Tartar sauce.
A
That's
tartar
a sauce.
sauce. It
It's
is.
a simple sauce, tartar sauce.
Okay.
It's very simple to make tartar sauce. All you need to do is get yourself some mayonnaise. And then you start lemon juice, do on the food, half that stew, and then somebody a little bit of those, and then all you, and then you can have the tartar. And then you got the biscuit and the sausage. And if it's not cold, you can throw it back. That's what I do. Tartar sauce.
Tartar sauce. Well, that sounded like a pretty complicated recipe for tartar sauce. But
you want me to do it again?
Well, Jeannie, you wrote down all the ingredients,
Yeah,
right?
if it's not Mrs. Paul's, throw it back. That was the last part.
Okay, all right. That
was
was
the
the
last
last
part. It's fish sticks.
All right.
Because they're good,
Well, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. Thank you so much.
No love advice this year?
No, nobody wants any. People have fallen out of love. It's the quarantine.
You know what I think?
What's that?
I think that they want more sauces. That's what I think. How about Cholula sauce? No? How about pickles? You pickle sauce all in broken chili clip. I'll cook you burn on the detail with your fried sauce.
And there he goes. Chainsaw Guy. All right, well, at least he got 2 of the 20 sauces out. So from now on, it's 18 sauces. That
He got 3.
Oh, he got
Next
3
year,
out?
do we have to wait all the way till next
Okay.
year? For...
He got tartar.
I didn't hear him run the two
He
together.
got
right?
fry sauce.
Okay.
And chermoula.
All right. So 17 sauces on your list now.
All right. I'm ready to do them anytime.
Well, we're out of time, sadly.
Oh.
Traffic, please, Gina.
Crash westbound I-215 south at Milepost 8. That's about 1300 east in Cottonwood Heights on the left shoulder. And looks like that's about it. Things are looking good on the roads, so well done, everybody. If you see something not looking good, you want to share it with friends of the program, and it's safe for you to text, you can send it in to us, 33986. Choosing a Medicare plan is challenging. With Advantage U, you get affordable coverage and benefits designed by local healthcare professionals with a network of doctors, hospitals you know and trust. Choose Advantage U. Enroll today at AdvantageMedicare.com.
Boners round one coming up here. The candidates you'll be considering. Number one, look how diverse we are. Number two, Tony was a bit creepy with that one. And boner candidate number three, Dad's dead. He don't care.
All right. Boners round one, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Scott Hale Plumbing drains heating and air.
Yes, Mr. Hale, Scott, that is.
Mhm.
Most people, they'll say Mr. Hale, and then he'll say, no, please, Scott. It's Scott.
My father's name was Mr. Hale.
Scott Hale, plumbing, drain, heating, and air. Right now, the furnace tune-up. Schedule your furnace tune-up before the end of the month, which is just like 3 or 4 days now.
Yeah.
Schedule it by the 31st, and you will get a furnace tune-up for $49. Then it goes to the regular price of $79, which is still pretty darn good in November. Scott Hale is also a growing HVAC company. So if you're looking to join a talented team, they're a hail of a company to work for. They really are. So visit scotthale.com. That's H-A-L-E, of course, scotthale.com for a list of open positions. Or if you have any kind of furnace emergency, call Scott Hale. 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE, Scott Hale.
Deli. Spell it with me now. D-E-L-I. And now we'll use it in some dialogue with LeVar and his friend Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr. It's Sunday, and LeVar has come over to his friend LeGrand's home to see why Elder Dunn is not in church. Again, the word is deli. Let's listen.
Come in.
Oh, there you are, LeGrand. Home all alone in front of the TV on Sunday. I know, I can see the church parking lot from my trailer home, and when I saw your minivan pull up for the meeting, and your wife Midge and all the little Dunn kids pile out without their daddy, I figured something was up. Something is up, isn't it, LeGrand? It ain't like you to miss church. How come you ain't there?
Oh, I ain't feeling well, LeVar. I spent the night horking up my guts. I had stuff running out of both ends, LeVar. I ain't been up to snuff for the past few months, as a matter of fact. I don't know what is in me, but it ain't fun.
So that's why you ain't in church, huh? Of course, the fact that your favorite team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, is playing them red-hot Arizona Cardinals today don't have nothing to do with it, does it?
No, it don't. I really am sick. I'm just starting to feel a little bit better right now. My stomach is almost settled.
Oh, looky there. Buddy Ryan is yelling at one of his players. Oh, yuck. Here. Aim for the bucket. Oh, you are a mess, LeGrand. A real mess.
I need for you to do me a favor, LeVar.
What?
I need you to go to the Circle K and get me some 7-Up. And if you would you just make me up some nice warm milk toast? I need to eat, but it has to be something mild, like milk toast.
Who do you think I am, your wife? Hey, why ain't she here?
Well, she had the lesson in Relief Society today. Oh, I'm sick.
Look, you got to start taking your vitamins, LeGrand. You need to take your vitamin C. You need to take your sulfur pills. You need your cat fur oil. You need your seaweed and plenty of that crab shell calcium and ragweed. You need to take all that stuff on a daily basis.
Every day?
Every day.
I need to take that stuff daily?
Yep, a good handful of vitamins on a daily basis.
I know you don't hardly ever get sick, LeVar. You take all them things daily?
Well, that stuff don't work on me like it works on most people. I just try to drink a pint of cheap rum every day. Yep, pint of rot gut hooch deli does the trick for me.
$7:21. Let's begin with round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You'll decide with your vote of these 3 candidates here in round one which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. Then we have round 2 at 8:20. Do this again. 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. We take both winners, one from each round, put them against each other. You'll vote for Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. So right now, concentrate on this, round 1. Send one of these 3 candidates forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. So one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. It could double as a Halloween costume. Just wear your Boner T-shirt.
No.
Just somebody asks what you are, just say I'm a boner.
I'm a mistake.
Or I'm a boner voter. That's your costume.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. Look how diverse we are. This is really amazing to see. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence was roundly mocked on social media for using an image on the cover of its annual diversity report that was obviously photoshopped.
Oh, really?
Now the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, these are spies.
Yeah.
They're spies, some spy division in the U.S. government. The report was subtitled Hiring and Retention of Minorities, Women, and Persons with Disabilities in the United States Intelligence Community, and it featured a photo of smiling, diverse office staffers standing in a lobby. And then they obviously photoshopped in a woman sitting in a wheelchair and a seeing eye dog on the other side of the photo.
That's not the picture we're showing.
The picture we're showing is not that.
Is it the picture of just the people? It's just a picture of people. And then the second picture, you've got to go to the second picture in that series. It shows the wheelchair, woman in the wheelchair, and the dog photoshopped in.
Do we
the
not
title
have
of the
the
image
second
was Portrait of Multicultural Office Staff Standing in Lobby. And they just faked it. The woman in the wheelchair and the blind man don't appear in the original. So it's a stock photo to begin with.
Right.
Which, okay, that's fine. But then they decide, well, this isn't good enough.
Well, there's no
Let's put in-
disabled people in it. There's
Yeah.
people of color,
Right.
but there's women and men, but there's no disabled people. So they added disabled people.
They added the wheelchair and the blind person.
I guess X96.com/live did not have the second photo. They had the first one.
Oh, they're both there with that story. I don't know why they didn't get them,
didn't
but they're
get
there.
grabbed.
Boner candidate
I'll have
number.
to take your word for it.
No, don't do that. Because I could be lying to you.
I believe you.
I could be.
I believe you.
Boner candidate number 1. Look how diverse we are. Here's boner candidate number 2. Tony was a bit creepy with that one. Dallas Cowboys legend Tony Romo facing some backlash over a comment he made about Tom Brady's wife.
What?
Gisele Bündchen during the NFL on CBS broadcast. On Sunday, the Buccaneers had to track down Tom Brady's 600th touchdown ball, which wide receiver Mike Evans, what a dope Mike Evans is. He should be a boner candidate too. He catches the pass, the 600, and everybody knows that Tom Brady is approaching this record.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Evans catches the pass and goes and gives the ball to a fan.
He's
in the
not a
stands.
dope because he does that every time that's his thing. Whenever he scores a touchdown, he throws
He's
it.
a
It's
dope.
just his.
This is
That's not a
Tom
dope.
Brady's
That's a nice thing to do.
600th.
It's a habit he has established prior to this.
As a Tampa Bay staffer negotiated with the fan to get the ball back, Tony Romo pretended to narrate the exchange on the broadcast. A date with Gisele. A date with Gisele and I'm in, Romo said, acting as the fan. Okay, Tom will do it one time. You got it, Romo continued, pretending to be the Bucs official. Yeah, she'll come and date you, yeah. Fans took issue with the comment, and I do too, roasting Tony Romo on social media. Tony Romo suggesting that Tom Brady trade a date with his wife for his 600th TD ball is just weird and borderline creepy. Dude is a good broadcaster, but so awkward sometimes. I don't think what Romo said was funny. It was tasteless, but that's just me, said another fan. But then more fans continued to call him out. Why do we need to listen to Tony Romo fantasize about trading a football for a day with Gisele Bündchen? What does Mr. Romo presume would happen with Gisele during that day had she been traded like property for a football? Tony was just a bit off base and creepy on that one.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 2.
All right.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Dad's dead. He don't care.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Choosing a Medicare plan is challenging. With Advantage U, you get affordable coverage and benefits designed by local healthcare professionals with a network of doctors and hospitals you know and trust. Use Advantage U. Enroll today at AdvantageUMedicare.com.
B.J. Novak, he's a very talented guy, a good writer, actor. He was on The Office, and he revealed on his Instagram story recently why you might, like, if you buy a product, you might see his face on the packaging of whatever product it is. A photo of him was mistakenly deemed public domain years ago, meaning that his face has appeared on various household products all over the world. The items Novak featured on his story on Instagram included a rain poncho that was being sold in Los Angeles, some cologne that was being sold in Sweden, and face paint in Uruguay, as well as an electric razor and hair clippers. Though he could likely get the photo taken down, he said, you know, when I found out about it and I saw my face on all of these products, it was just too funny. I don't care.
I think he has the right attitude.
Years ago, somebody mistakenly put an image of me on a public domain site, and now apparently I'm on products all over the world. But I'm too amused to do anything about it other than just laugh. And I think he probably now has got, he'll collect, people will find them and collect them and send them to him. I think it's great.
Yeah, there's a picture. If you go to x96.com/live, you can see a picture of BJ Novak apparently selling, I don't know, it looks like a hair trimmer of some kind, beard trimmer.
Clippers. Yeah, hair
clippers.
Oh, by the way, he was also photoshopped into that picture of the diverse office.
Probably.
Yeah. And this I thought was pretty funny, too. Apparently, LeBron James watched the Squid Game and he watched the whole thing, apparently, and he had some negative comments about it. Particularly, he bashed the end of the show. He didn't like the way it was such a negative thing. And the director of Squid Game has decided to fire back, finally, saying, you know, I'm sorry LeBron James didn't care for my creation, Squid Game. Anybody see Space Jam?
Good point.
You want to talk a bad ending?
Yeah, you want to, Space Jam. Anybody want to talk about that? All right. Utahns lining up for COVID-19 booster shots. Apparently
already.
A retired nurse. There's a picture here of Donaghy Apolloni. Isn't that a nice name? Donaghy Apolloni. Making it clear that she and her husband, Gene, didn't get COVID-19 booster shots Monday because they were concerned about the vaccines they received in March might be losing their effectiveness against the deadly virus. Oh, they wanted to make it clear that they will get their booster shots. She says, I think it's extra safety. I'm not sure our immunity was waning or anything, but we just want to make sure. Both Donaghy and Gene, a cancer survivor who's had heart surgery, said they'll continue to wear masks and take other precautions after the booster shots as well, citing other family members hit hard by COVID-19, including a daughter-in-law who was not vaccinated and has spent weeks on oxygen. People were lined up at drive-through clinics on Monday, the first day that Moderna and Johnson & Johnson booster shots were available, in addition to Pfizer, after the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention extended eligibility late last week. Now coronavirus booster shots are available to many people who initially received the Moderna vaccine, along with everybody who got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And the CDC is allowing anyone eligible for a booster shot to choose whichever of three they want. So
mix and match.
Yeah. The Salt Lake County government employees are not required to get a coronavirus vaccine. Democratic Mayor Jenny Wilson said she won't seek a mandate now or in the future. And yet the Republican-led county council approved exemptions Tuesday for religious and medical reasons if a mandate were to be put in place.
So she says, I'm not putting a mandate in place, but they decided that they were going to do this anyway. Vote them out.
There is no religious exemption anyway from any religion, major religion.
No.
And there is no need to have an exemption to a mandate that doesn't exist.
No, we just want to make sure.
They have voted to put in this.
It's so in their campaigning materials, they can say, I voted to put in place a no mandate. That's the only reason to do that.
Mayor
Political
Wilson
is the only reason to do that.
Mayor Wilson grew frustrated during a work session on Tuesday, repeatedly calling the proposal unnecessary and said it was a waste of taxpayer dollars to even be having this discussion.
Yes.
This seems, the mayor said, to be more about making a point unnecessarily with an ordinance for something that has been ruled out.
Just like all those Sharia law, discussions that were happening in city councils across the nation some years ago. This is the new one.
Carrie, just wait. It's coming. Sharia law is coming.
Still coming?
Oh, you bet.
I thought,
Is it
no, I
now?
thought we were
Okay.
done with that. We have different boogeymen now,
No,
right?
I thought it was the liberals were going to round up the conservatives. I thought that
Who are
was
the
it.
Marxists? What are they
Yeah,
doing?
who are the socialists? The
You
communists?
You people are so in the dark.
I can't keep up with who I'm supposed
You
to
know
be
why we're in
afraid
the
of.
dark is because you've covered us in your BS. That's why we're in the dark, all right?
So what's the favorite Halloween candy in Utah? The very favorite. Well, candystore.com dug deep into data to find the favorite candy in every state. And they have statistics to back this up. I could go into it.
Okay.
Tootsie Pop.
No.
The Tootsie
no.
Pop topped
No,
the list
it's
in
not.
Utah,
No,
beating
it's
out
not.
last year's winner, Jolly Rancher.
No, it's not.
Candy corn, third most popular in the state. Gina, you didn't spend countless hours and dollars on the research that candystore.com did.
That's not. No.
Well,
I mean, it makes more sense than last year, because I remember we talked about this last year with the Jolly Ranchers.
Jolly Rancher.
And we disputed that one. But Tootsie Pop makes a little more sense than Jolly Rancher. Not much, granted, but a
I
little
don't know
more sense.
anyone that passes out Jolly Ranchers.
I do.
Chupa Chups.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do suckers.
Here's a weird story. There is a newly identified victim of mass murderer John Wayne Gacy.
Mm-hmm.
The hits keep coming.
His 1978 file photo shows. That's a caption to the picture. North Carolina man been the latest identified victim of notorious American serial killer John Wayne Gacy.
May I, Bill? May I? Morsel of murder here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
Brian Laundrie killed himself, by the way.
So John Wayne Gacy killed a bunch of people and buried them in his basement.
27.
And some of them they've identified, but there were remains down there not identified.
There are 5 left unidentified.
And this guy, the family never reported him missing because he had a falling out with the family, and they just thought he wrote them off and just was still alive somewhere, and they had no idea, A, that he was missing, or B, that he was murdered, until they put this guy's DNA in the DNA databases, which is how we're finding all of these things now. And he popped up, and they called the family and like, John Wayne Gacy they didn't even know he was missing. They just thought he took off and didn't want
They knew he was
anything to do.
missing because they didn't know where he was.
But they thought it was his choose. They thought he was purposefully not communicating with them.
45 years ago, they found 26 bodies in John Wayne Gacy's basement. He was caught in the late 70s. The 26 bodies, there are still now 5 not identified of. What a weird story. Man. And a 79-year-old Ohio man shot his son, wounded him. You know why?
Why?
He was playing the guitar too long.
Too long?
I told you, half an hour. That's it. Kept playing his guitars. So Fred Hensley Sr. shot Fred Hensley Jr. with his 380 on Sunday because he was playing. Oh, it was over an hour. He was playing for over an hour. Yeah. There you go.
You tell me.
He said, I was trying to shoot the guitar, he said.
You tell me. Half hour of this? I might pull out a gun, too.
Yeah. All right, there you go.
There we go.
You can never tell if that's the third.
I know, right?
Get my gun!
All right, weather traffic.
Okay, just a 20% chance of showers today and a high of 52. Mostly cloudy. Then things start clearing up, sunning up, warming up for the rest of the week. We've got 60 tomorrow and mid-60s, looks like Friday and Saturday. So that's your weather. And traffic has been very good this morning. We've had barely any incidents to tell you about, just a couple. Crash eastbound I-215 south at 7th West. This is in Murray at milepost 12. And a crash westbound I-215 south at 13th East in Cottonwood Heights. And nobody sent anything in via text, but you certainly can if you see something and need to share it with friends of the program, and it's safe to text 33986. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Dad's dead. He don't care. A woman has been branded disgusting, trashy, and despicable for posing for a series of sexy Instagram photos in an inappropriate black dress at her father's funeral. Photos of the unidentified woman show her wearing a one-sleeve blazer mini dress with a plunging neckline, black tights, and tall heeled boots while striking poses right next to her dead father's coffin. The woman appears far from bereaved, showing off her outfit while kicking up one heel, striking a faux prayer pose, and offering a closed-lip smile to the camera. The user also revealed that almost all the comments were telling her to delete it, which she may have since done on Reddit, as the post no longer appears searchable by those hashtags. The images appear to be more about giving the woman a chance to show off her outfit, her hair, and her nails rather than her grieving father. Commenters have noted that the deceased man, who is partially visible in the open coffin, was a veteran. His casket is draped with an American flag, set up in what appears to be a meeting hall for veterans, and yet this young woman says feels it's more important to do sexy poses in front of her father's coffin than to really grieve for her deceased father. Boner candidate number 3. Dad's dead. He don't care.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Look how diverse we are. An intelligence agency in the government busted for a blatant Photoshop job on the cover of their diversity report.
Mm-hmm.
Boner candidate number 2. Tony was a bit creepy with that one. Tony Romo making comments about Gisele Bündchen, Tom Brady's wife. You know, give the ball back and we'll give you a whole day with Gisele. I'd do that, wouldn't you? Hmm? And boner candidate number 3. Dad's dead. He don't care.
Now, don't forget that today is Wednesday, which means after this break, Dr. Cobble will be here to answer your questions about the vaccines, about COVID, about all the updates. He's ready for you. So be ready to call in once we award this, round 1 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight, possibly becoming Boner of the Day. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com, looking for the box that says Boner Voting October 27, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages. Remember, this is not Boner of the Day. This is round 1. We're sending this candidate forward. We'll do round 2 with 3 more candidates at 8:20 this morning. And we'll take the winner of each round and put them against each other. You'll vote between those 2. Boner of the Day voting at 9:20 this morning. So let's do it. This is round 1. Send it forward. X96.
Non-stop music for 1 hour, right after Radio from Hell on
Sentence number 1 in Spanish, please.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de Acción de Gracias después de la cena? Estoy lleno.
Wow.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de Acción de Gracias después de la cena? Estoy lleno.
Yes, no. Estoy lleno. Ajá.
Estoy lleno.
Estoy lleno.
Estoy lleno.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de Acción de Gracias después?
Después.
Gracias después de la cena estoy lleno. Wow.
Estoy lleno.
Wow. All right.
Okay, that's good, Gina.
All right.
And in English, Mario?
You know, I was talking to someone, and then they said, how come Gina always says just the last word? She never said the whole sentence. Estoy lleno.
How do you say because she's very lazy?
Porque es muy floja.
Muy floja. Muy floja. Go ahead in English, Mario.
Okay. What did the Thanksgiving turkey say after dinner?
I don't know what.
I'm stuffed.
Estoy lleno.
Stuffed.
Estoy lleno.
Estoy lleno. All right, and sentence number 2 in Spanish, please.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young. Otros para la Universidad de Utah. Yo le voy a las porristas.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young. Otros para la Universidad de Utah. Utah, yo le voy a las porristas.
Sí.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young, otros para la Universidad de Utah. Yo le voy a las poristas. ¡A las poristas!
And that is in English, Mario?
Some cheer for Brigham Young, others for the University of Utah. I cheer for the cheerleaders.
Yay! The only way to go.
But not when my wife is around.
No.
Yep.
No. Mario, are you going to have a big traditional Thanksgiving dinner?
Yes, sir.
What will you have?
Gonna have turkey. I'm sorry, pavo.
Pavo.
De Acción de Gracias.
And what else will you have?
You know, usually we met at El Farol.
Oh, do you?
We met at El Farol, so we all bring a dish.
Yeah.
So
and have
pavo is gonna be there for reals.
So you'll have the turkey at the restaurant, and
then some other dishes, salads, and.
What will your wife bring, or do you cook?
I don't cook.
Yeah, your wife will cook.
My wife will cook,
and she will bring.
Let me call her.
No, it's all right. Thanks, Mario.
I don't know what she'll bring.
I'm sure she appreciates the fact that you know what she's bringing.
Wrath of Khan. Which one was that? Well, you know, the one with Khan where he was wrathful? God.
7:49, time to award. Oh, don't forget, Dr. Cobble is on hold right now, waiting to take your questions at 877-602-9696. Get them ready. We prefer your phone call questions, but if you must, a detailed text would be nice because it never fails. You always leave something out at 33986.
He can clear up a lot. There's a lot of, so it's kind of confusing again because of this mix and match and all of that stuff with the vaccines and all that.
All right, so 877-602-9696. Let's award round one of your boners now.
And that's brought to you in part by lentil soup.
With no blood? There's no blood in the lentil soup.
No, I cut
You're
my
sure?
finger, but no blood in the soup, I'm sure.
And Robber's Roost Campsite Cordial Rockin' Bourbon. Enjoy this rich, warming, spiced whiskey spirit straight from the bottle or pour it in a tin cup. Sip it by a fire. On shelves now at select DABC stores. Produced by Water Pocket Distillery.
So boner candidate number one was look how diverse we are. They used this intelligence agency in the U.S. government on their annual diversity report. They used a Shutterstock, stock image photo, but they didn't think it was diverse enough, even though there were women, people of color. So they decided, there's no disabilities in that picture. So they photoshopped, a woman in a wheelchair and a guy with a seeing eye dog. Number two, Tony was a bit creepy with this one, saying that, for the Tom Brady touchdown, 600th touchdown ball, maybe the fan would give it back if, we promised to have a whole day with Gisele Bündchen, Tom's wife. Man, I'd do that, Tony Romo said. Kind of creepy. And boner candidate number three, Dad's dead. He don't care. This woman slammed for a sexy photo shoot that she posted on Reddit in front of her father's open casket. God. Let's see. Someone named Aiden, what an unusual name, won the Radio from Hell t-shirt, boner t-shirt. And the winner was number three. Dad's dead. He don't care.
There it is. It's your boner of the day for today, October 27th, 2021. The winner of round one, not boner of the day. It's qualified to be boner of the day. Round two at 8:20, doing this again. We'll get another winner there. Boner of the day happens at 9:20 this morning once we get all of our candidates lined up. Okay, is this sponsored, Gina?
Get your shot, any shot, doesn't matter. Just get it. Go now. Hurry.
COVID shot. It doesn't matter, any shot. Specifically a COVID shot. Dr. Michael Cobble is with us. Good morning, Dr. Cobble. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. Thank you.
877-602-9696 is the number you can call. Ask your questions about coronavirus, vaccines, and the like with Dr. Cobble. He keeps up to date on all of this stuff, so we don't have to. So are there any phone questions yet, Carrie?
We got one, yeah.
Okay, let's go there.
We can start with Ryan, if you'd like. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hi, this is Ryan in Tokerville.
Hi, Ryan in Tokerville.
Hello. I got my Johnson & Johnson shot originally about 6 months ago, and I'm wondering which booster should I get?
Excellent question.
Well, Ryan, I think you can get any of them. The recommendation is to get the J&J booster 2 months after your first shot, so you're eligible for that. But the CDC, FDA said you could mix and match if you wanted to late last week. So if you wanted
I've heard
to get
that there might be some
Moderna,
benefit in getting something besides Johnson & Johnson, and I'm curious if you have any information on that.
well, we don't know if there's a benefit going from one to the other. We can say the Moderna 2-shot series gave 90-95% immunity. The Pfizer 2-shot series gave 85 to 90% immunity. And the Johnson & Johnson 1-shot gave about 70%. They work differently, and the data does show you have a better antibody response from the Moderna or Pfizer. And the data did show if you use those as a booster after Johnson & Johnson, it gave a quicker 2-week antibody response. But that's not how Johnson & Johnson works. Johnson & Johnson is a longer vaccine stimulation of your antibodies. It's not a rapid response, and the side effects are much higher with Moderna. About 80% of people have a side effect from the vaccine. About 70% do with the Pfizer vaccine, and about 30% do with the Johnson & Johnson. It's hard to say. I mean, if it were me and I got the J&J first, I would just follow it with the J&J. But I think that, you can't hurt yourself by doing Moderna or Pfizer, but you'll probably know that you had one of those two vaccines because the side effects are higher. And side effects, again, are cold or flu-like symptoms, so sore arm, muscle aches, joint pain, runny nose, headache, just cold or flu-like symptoms for 2 or 3 days, typically.
Dr. Cobble, is there something
any of
wrong?
them.
Is there something wrong with you if you don't have any side effects from getting the vaccine?
No. Again, about 20% of people with Moderna don't have side effects. About 30% with Pfizer don't.
Okay.
And I think I have done antibody testing post-vaccine on some patients because they didn't have side effects, and they thought, well, maybe I didn't have an immune response. And they did have an antibody response. So just because you don't have a side effect from it doesn't mean it's not working. It is working.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, let's go to Teresa. Teresa is here. Hi, Teresa.
Good morning.
Hi.
All right, my question. My son has been vaccinated, but his girlfriend refuses to get vaccinated. So we have not been around her much. We don't let her in our house. She recently had COVID probably about 3 weeks ago. So my question is, are her antibodies high enough that we can be around her and be safe?
My question would be, are her antibodies high enough that you want her to be a member of your family?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had 3 thoughts when you described that. So number one, you're in a great mood today. Number 2, it's time for your son to get a new girlfriend. And I don't know. I have mixed emotions. She caught it, so that just tells you, number one, that maybe her choices aren't always the best. Even the safest people I've taken care of have caught it. So this is a very dangerous virus. Fortunately, she didn't end up in the hospital. But I think that she's probably immune, but I have seen people catch it 2 and or 3 times. And I think without being vaccinated, she puts everyone at risk a little bit. So I guess it just depends on how much you love her and how much your son loves her to be around her. If she's around and she's wearing a mask, then I think it's probably okay. But if she was vaccinated, I think everyone's safer.
Okay.
All righty. Thank you very much.
See you, Teresa.
Thank you, Teresa. Let's see. We're going to have to take a break now. Anissa, hang on the line. We've got 2 lines open at 877-602-9696. We prefer your phone call questions, but if you must, text in your questions to 33986. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, only one accident to tell you about, and that's that one crash eastbound I-215 south at 7th West in Murray. And I'm looking at the UDOT cameras. Things are moving well this morning, so you should have a good commute out there. Unless you see something that I'm not seeing, you can text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll take a break. We will be back. 877-602-9696. Your questions for Dr. Cobble here on the phone, on the radio. KXRK Provo.
I ate a 100-day-old steak.
Good for you.
100-day-old meat?
Good for you.
We
Didn't
went-
even give you any pause at all.
Well, no, because there was lots of wine before it happened. So we went to, and I never know how to say it. It's either Veneto or Veneto.
How do you spell it?
Veneto.
Veneto.
But I think it,
you're
but I think
you're
it might be
Italian. You should
Veneto.
No, it's
I don't-
Veneto. Veneto.
And Joe said it's the best meal he's ever eaten in Salt Lake, and he's eaten a lot of good meals.
It's
without-
lost. It's mostly lost on me because cheese, and I'm dumb. But the owner Marco came out and he said, "I want to give you this 100-day aged T-bone. You know, has the New York strip on one side and the fillet on the other, and it's so big the whole table can share it."
Wow.
And he brought it out to the table, like before he cooked it, just to show us
raw meat right here.
Yeah. And it looked like you just pulled it out of the meat counter. It was red, and when he's telling me it's 100 days old, and then he showed us a piece of what he cut off the top of it,
and
which was like 2 inches of
what,
like green and white.
Where did he have that in his pocket?
No,
Did he pull it out of his pocket?
He was just holding it all together. Whatever the rind it creates on it after you leave it out.
Okay.
I wanted you. I'm telling you this so you guys
You're
are
looking
proud
for
of me.
a pat on the back?
Yes. And he's like, "Now I'm gonna go back and cook it."
Come
But
here,
I
come
just show.
There you go. All right.
So she
I totally ate it.
She's looking for a pat on the back for eating a $50 steak. It was. She's looking for a pat on the back.
But four people
for
shared
eating-
it. 4 people shared
for
it.
eating a $100 steak.
And
it was. I've never tasted anything like it.
She was that good.
And it's not. It's not even like it was steak. It was like it was a whole other.
A whole other level of
thing.
You're looking for a pat on the back for leading a privileged lifestyle.
we
Well,
were,
way to go!
We were 4 people that shared this one steak. It was. We all just had little bits of it, but.
You way to go, 1%er.
Is this half sponsored, Gina? No?
Just get
your shot. Okay,
please.
all right. There we go.
All right, we're back then with Dr. Michael Cobble. Answer your questions about coronavirus and the vaccine. Please, 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. So do it now. We have some phone calls, I believe. don't
Yes, we do. We have full bank. Let's go to Anissa, first of all. Hello, Anissa.
Good morning.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Good. Hey, my question for Dr. Cobble would be, my husband and I are fully vaccinated, got our second shots back in April, and then we ended up with COVID in the month of September, which was very mild, thank goodness. And our question is, we want to get the booster. Do we need to wait? Like, I've heard different things, like you got to wait 3 months so that you don't have really bad symptoms. What do we need to do here?
Yeah, you don't have to wait. You have to wait 3 months if you got a transfusion of something to treat this, but not catching COVID. So after you recover from COVID, you can get your booster. The booster's available 6 months after your last vaccine, so you're probably could get it any time. I don't think it's unreasonable to get the booster before Thanksgiving or Christmas, just because people are going to be getting together. But I think one thing, Anissa, that you brought up, which is really important, is, and Gina had talked about during the break, getting the vaccine is preventing us from being hospitalized or dying. You have mild symptoms from it. You can still catch COVID, but the key is to keep you from being hospitalized or dying. And in Utah, the unvaccinated people are 15 times more likely to die from COVID, 10 times more likely to be hospitalized. So again, the great thing is that even though you and your husband were unlucky enough to catch COVID in September, you had a mild case of it and you didn't lose work or lose time in the hospital or lose your life. And I think that's the key that anti-vaxxers keep jumping on is, well, the vaccine doesn't prevent COVID. It's like, no, the vaccine prevents you from having the serious consequences of COVID. So you could get your booster 6 months after your last shot, which probably is any day now. And I would probably get it, I think. And
yeah,
I don't think it's
we'll definitely do it. And one thing, too, that I wanted to mention, since you said, it prevented us from being hospitalized, I also have asthma. And I was still, I was working from home, and I got out of bed and worked every day with COVID.
Okay. Well, thanks for
because
calling.
I was vaccinated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you, Anissa. Let's go to Jim. Hello, Jim.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good.
Good. So that was a very interesting explanation because somebody told me that 40% of deaths last month were vaccinated people. And I was just too lazy to do the research myself. So if you could just dispel that for me, please.
Well, I guess it depends on what geographic area they're talking about. Here in Utah, 97% of the deaths are unvaccinated people. So, again, 1 to 3% of vaccinated people are unlucky, but the majority, almost 100%, are unvaccinated people, unfortunately. So I don't know where that person gets their information from, but it's pretty scary.
Maybe they meant they were vaccinated from measles.
Yeah, it could be.
Something else.
Yeah, it could be. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Tell your friend to stop watching Tucker Carlson. All right, let's go to Sienna. Hello, Sienna.
Hi. My question for Dr. Cobble is just if the booster shot is going to be completely free to patients, or if insurance companies are going to try and find a way to say that we're not covered and charge us.
Oh, the question is the booster shot free?
Yes.
Yeah, it should be. You should be able to go to any local pharmacy. I went down to the county health department on Monday in my lunch break and got my booster. And, you shouldn't have to pay for it.
Well, why didn't you go to a doctor? I got my booster. They didn't charge my insurance company or nothing. I think they might ask, do you have insurance? and want that information, but they don't bill your insurance company. It's
Now, the county won't ask for that information. Now, a private pharmacy
I think
might,
the pharmacy does,
but even then, they shouldn't need that information. But
And I think when I went to the county originally, I gave them my insurance information. They had it on file, but I haven't gotten a bill or had to pay for it. But even if it's $1,000, I'd pay it. I don't have $1,000 to waste, but I just can't miss work for 2 weeks. My job doesn't. I don't get that benefit of disability or missed work pay.
Yeah, Joe Biden paid for Joe. If you look, you'll see that Joe Biden reached into his wallet and he paid for your booster. So
I got a Werther's Original down here. Here's some money for it. Okay, thanks, Sienna. Let's go to Curtis. Hi, Curtis.
Hello.
Hi.
What's your question?
So, so my youngest daughter, she's going to be eligible for the Pfizer vaccine soon, but we also want to get her the flu shot. I was wondering, is it okay to get the flu shot at the same time as the coronavirus shot, or do you recommend spacing those out?
Yep, you can do them both at the same time. And I think in the future you're going to see the annual vaccine will have both in it, but you can do both at the same time.
I got them together in the same arm because my arm's going to be sore anyway. May as well just put them both in the same one.
If you're going to have side effects from one or the other, why don't you just get it all?
Seriously, do it all.
Sure. No problem, Curtis.
All right, Curtis.
All right, thank you.
And let's quickly, I think we have Frankenweather on the phone. Is it Frankenweather?
Yeah.
Brett Benson?
Brett Benson.
Hi, Brett. Go, Brett.
Brett, you there?
It's Frank.
Frank. Okay, Frank.
Okay, Frank.
All right.
It's
Frankenweather was warning me he was trying to call in, and so I thought that this might be him. So, all right.
Okay. Anyway, Frank, go ahead.
Go ahead, Frank.
I just heard the other day my boss brought up something that he had read or seen somewhere where he was saying, am I still good to ask the question? Or?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah. He was saying that so people who have had COVID before and had the antibodies and then get the vaccine, so that the vaccine will go delete your body's natural antibodies and replace them with the vaccine, which I guess the body's natural antibodies are better than the vaccine. Is that true? I just want to be able to put it, prove them wrong if possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. But I've heard a lot of crazy stuff like that. But no, the vaccine does not destroy your natural immunity. It augments it. It complements it. If you caught COVID before and you get vaccinated, your immune response is better than just getting vaccinated or just catching COVID. So your boss is actually 360 degrees wrong. And I think you should take a day off.
That's what I thought. It sounded kind of weird, but he opposes the vaccine. So
tell him to stop. Frank. Tell him to stop listening to Joe Rogan and everything.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you, Frank.
Dr. Cobble, isn't it interesting that probably about a fourth of the questions you get are settling bar bets? Really, is what it amounts to.
And it's always a friend of mine said, or a friend of a friend, or my boss, or my cubicle partner, or
I've seen a couple texts. Can I just ask Dr. Cobble this question because I've seen several people. Okay, kids 12, they can get the full strength adult version of the Pfizer, or pretty soon the kid version, which is less concentrated. Which would you recommend for a 12-year-old child?
Oh, it depends. I think it depends on how much they weigh. I think they're 100 pounds or better. The full dose adult strength is great. Or if they're 90 pounds or better. If they're a small child, I'd probably get the lower dose.
Okay. All right, Dr. Cobble, that's all the time we have. But thank you, as always, for taking some time out of your day. And now I know you have to go to talk to sick people all day. So.
My pleasure, and have a great week.
You too.
Thanks, all right. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. We will... traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, things are great. I have 0 accidents to tell you about right now. If you have something to tell us about, though, the way you do that is make sure it's safe to text and then send it in at 33986, and we'll pass it along to friends of the program for you. Flying Vampires, yes, Dracula the Ballet, now through October 30th. Tickets at balletwest.org.
All right.
Boners round 2 coming up here. The candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, your child needed a bit of help. We were just helping. Boner candidate number 2, we don't negotiate with terrorists who need more time to do their homework. And boner candidate number 3, I'm here to claim the reward.
Boners round 2, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by after this. Oh, Haster Games. Go to HasterGames.com for all the details, or drop by the store. 6831 South State Street. They've been there for a while. They just remodeled a year or so ago, but a very nice place. And they can answer all of your questions. And more importantly, if you don't know how to play a game, they'll sit down with you and crack open one of these games and teach you how to play it. So that's also great. We're talking, these games are having a sudden surge again in popularity. Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic the Gathering. They got it all for you. Upcoming this weekend, the pre-release event for Pokemon Fusion Strike. The event will take place on Saturday from 11 a.m. The price for entry is $30. Masks are recommended but not required, though strongly encouraged. This event is a great way to access the upcoming new Pokemon cards before they get released. Recently, they had some renovations in the store. So they've got all new carpeting put in. That carpet's all done. The store's gaming area is now open for those wanting to come and play games. Upcoming in just a few weeks, the pre-release for Magic the Gathering's new set, Crimson Vow. It's going to take place on Friday, the 12th of November, as well as Saturday, November 13th. So for more information on the event, go to HasterGames.com for details, or just stop by the store or call them. 6831 South State Street, Haster Games. Haster has it. Snuffy and Guffy. And let me just say this.
Mm-hmm.
What has happened, we look at the camera, what has happened to Snuffy and Guffy is a tragedy, all right?
They're still on, aren't
it's
they?
It's a crime, what is happening.
You know when they recast Bo and Luke Duke on the Dukes of Hazzard?
Same thing. It's exactly that.
It's exactly that.
I actually heard one.
Recently?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, they're still using it. They're still using the jingle, and and it's like imitations of our voices that we did.
Yeah.
It's a crime.
You only would have heard it if you listened to the Cocteau Twins.
It's a crime. What is happening with Snuffy and Guffy?
Man.
All right.
Well, it's time to do the
news. You can't do that.
I was never clear which one I was.
You were?
You're Guffy.
Guffy.
Carrie, Bill, Snuffy, Guffy. It's easy to remember.
So I was Guffy?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
It just never mattered. That's why I was unclear, because it didn't matter. There were no, they didn't have any clear character traits. They were just two hillbillies.
All right, big boy news, and it's a tragedy. I'm telling you, it's a crime. What is happening?
I guess they did have. So Guffy,
yes,
was the henpecked one, right? Wasn't I always the henpecked one in the commercials?
That was one of
his.
Well,
my wife says I can't.
Exactly.
I've got to go to Smith & Edwards and get myself a new belt. My pants keep falling off.
I'm looking to see. Oh.
What? You have
Do
some?
we run some Smith & Edwards
I was
in one of
wondering
our
if
stations?
our country station had that. But
No.
Nope.
Well, they're just 17 seconds, so I doubt they have the characters on them.
There's always something going on at Smith & Edwards.
Oh, that's just Pete.
Well,
Pete would hate that I just said that.
That's just Pete.
You outed him.
You outed the character.
Yeah.
All right. Big boy news and Opinioendo now, brought to you by
Smith & Edwards.
The Country Boy
Sure,
Store.
why not?
They got everything you want if they can find it.
Send them a bill.
We ought to send them a bill, and they'll pay us in RV surplus.
That's right, Snuffy.
I'm telling you right now, you listen to those ads. It is a crud, what is happening?
Let's see if I can get.
I done nuts there for a minute,
Yeah.
didn't I? Edge! I'm telling you, Edge! All right, 8:21 right now. Let's get to round two of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, possibly becoming boner of the day, and ensuring that it goes up against the winner of round one's voting that we did an hour ago. We'll take both of the winners, one from each round, and put them against each other. You'll vote for boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. Right now, let's get your champion for round 2. Here we go. Send one of these 3 forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You know what would make the world's best trick-or-treat bag? That Radio from Hell tote bag. That's, you could actually get the treats for the whole group of you out trick-or-treating in one bag.
I'm just receiving word. We are changing the name of the bag to the Radio from Hell trick-or-treat bag this week.
Oh, okay.
So that'll increase demand just by calling it a trick-or-treat bag.
Here's boner candidate number 1. You know, your child just needed a bit of help. We were just helping. Well, you know, it's not new, but it's gotten kind of aggressive. This is the idea of retouching a kid's school photos.
Okay.
To make them look like if a kid's smiling at the camera for their school photos and they have a missing tooth, you know, like kids' teeth.
Or a zit.
Or a zit.
Or they'll fix the zits.
Or in this case, freckles. I love my son's freckles. I thought they're great. We didn't ask them to do this. They just removed his freckles.
Now that's different.
Yeah. Apparently, this mom, Kristen Lowens, did a double take when she got her son Kieran's school photos back. His adorable freckles had just vanished. I gave some permission for basic retouching, she said. I did do that. If there's, just to make the photo look a little better. But to take out his freckles?
Now, wait a minute. If they did basic retouching, if she agreed to that...
She said, I understood that would mean removing a blemish.
Does she think that they go in with it, that it's a filter they put on? They're not... Do you think really somebody's going to sit there and go, okay, that's a filter, that's a zit, if you agree to the filter, that's what it does. They didn't purposefully remove your friend.
Well,
I disagree with this boner.
There's Gina once again taking the side of big photography.
No, it's just, that's absurd. Now, when you originally said she didn't agree to the retouching, but if you opted for the retouching, that's what it does.
Whitney Rose, a mom of 2 hearing-impaired toddlers, told the Post she believes a photographer. She agreed to the retouching. Her kids wear hearing aids. They took the hearing aids out. She said, "I don't."
That's going.
She said, "I don't."
That's weird.
I'm not embarrassed by my son's hearing aids. He's not embarrassed by his hearing aids.
No, that's a weird one.
They took them out.
Yeah, I'm looking at the freckles photo, and the after photo. Sadly, that kid has no character at all. He's just a plain looking kid. The kid with the freckles. You can tell he's got some character.
He's got some freckles, and they're cute.
Yeah.
But the hearing aid one, that's
okay.
And there's another one where the girl is smiling, and one of her teeth is missing because kids lose their teeth and grow new teeth, and they Photoshop that so she has no gap in her teeth.
I purposefully got my kids' pictures taken when they were missing teeth because I thought it was cute.
Now that's just cruel. Boner candidate number 1. Your child needed some help. We were just helping. Here's boner candidate number 2. We don't negotiate with terrorists who need more time to do their homework. A New Jersey assistant teacher has been suspended for allegedly telling an Arab American high school student, "We do not negotiate with terrorists," when he asked for more time to complete an assignment. Mohammed Zubi, 17 years old, claims the incident happened at Ridgefield Memorial High School last Wednesday when he raised his hand during the math class to ask for some extra time. The senior student, who is Muslim, told CNN the unnamed teaching assistant immediately hit back with the terrorist remark. "I'm looking around at a loss for words, completely shocked," Zubi said, adding the remark was loud enough for the entire class to hear. Zubi said he turned to the girl sitting behind him. Did I hear that? Did I hear that? Yes. Wow. The staffer then approached him a few minutes later and said, "Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I was in my head.
How did you mean it? I'm curious. What?
I mean, you're the only Muslim in here.
Okay.
And your point?
No. I wouldn't say that to another kid because it's not a Muslim, I'm not making much sense, am I? Wow. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. I'm here to claim the reward.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
At the height of its power, Angkor was a glorious city, but by the late 16th century, the empire was crumbling. Come along on a 3D adventure to unveil the mysteries behind this lost jewel of Cambodia, now playing at Clark Planetarium.
All right, thank you.
Well, if you are a fan of the show Succession on HBO...
I am.
Good news. They have announced that there will be a 4th season of the show. God knows how long in the future that will be. Took them long enough to get to this 3rd season. I think there are only about 9 episodes in this season. And for them to do a 4th season, I hope they're getting on it right now and working on it.
The COVID slows everything down,
That certainly did at first. It seems that they're... that's part of the reason this 3rd season was so long in coming. But Succession has won several Emmy Awards already, including Outstanding Drama Series for both 2019 and 2020. If you want to get into Succession, you really do need to start at the beginning. Go to season 1, episode 1, and remember, just keep in the back of your mind the Rupert Murdoch Fox News
Yeah.
empire. Just keep
That's
that in
exactly
mind.
what this is.
So I just came across this story today. It was, I think it was on Channel 4's website, horror movies that have been filmed in Utah.
Oh, quite
My
a few.
God, there are a lot of them.
Yeah, quite a few.
It's amazing. Slasher movies, there must be 20 right there in that list. Monster movies, another 15 or 20. Paranormal movies, a whole list. Sci-fi movies, an incredible number of horror movies. I wonder why. Why so many horror movies? I know. Wait a minute. I just figured it out in my mind. Because a lot of them are very low budget.
Yeah.
And this is a cheap place to film.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's no union enforcement here.
Yeah. There you go. All right. Let's see. Now, this is an interesting story. Prosecutors in court filings this week accused a recently arrested Salt Lake City information technology employee of taking advantage of his position and knowingly endangering the lives of countless law enforcement officers when this IT professional traded sensitive police information for sex. Patrick Kevin Driscoll was charged in 3rd District Court with computer crimes and obstruction of justice and other crimes. The damage Mr. Driscoll has done to both the safety and integrity of the Salt Lake City Police Department is beyond measure, according to the charging documents. He also faces a count of exploitation of prostitution and other charges in that regard. Driscoll is accused of making a deal with one Michael Joe Ricks, who was charged with multiple counts of aggravated human trafficking. In accordance with the deal and a probable cause statement, Driscoll gave Ricks sensitive police information via encrypted messages, including names and phone numbers of undercover cops working to investigate prostitution and human trafficking. Driscoll also reportedly notified Ricks about undercover operations happening at apartments or hotels where Ricks allegedly operated. In exchange, at least 2 victims told police they were forced to perform sex acts with Driscoll, who was referred to as the Guardian, according to a probable cause statement. Driscoll told investigators that Salt Lake City had employed him for about 4 years, that he had been assigned to the city's police department for 7 to 8 months. Salt Lake City Police Chief Mike Brown clarified the city IT employee was not a member of the police department. He's just an IT employee. But what a horrible thing to do, to find out where these places are and then go there and demand sex for protection. I mean, geez.
The whole thing is just...
It makes you really wonder about IT departments wherever you
They
work.
know everything.
They do. Don't they? Yeah. Let's see, the Glen Canyon Dam, that's the one that stops up the Colorado River, so you got Lake Powell. So people think that that's a big irrigation, we were saving the water. No, what that dam does is generate power. It supplies a lot of electricity to St. George and to Las Vegas. And if the water level goes below a certain point in Lake Powell, it will no longer be able to generate electricity. And at that point, you might as well just dynamite the sucker and let the water through and let it go down to Lake Mead. The new projections show that Lake Powell could shrink to levels so low next year that it would threaten all the hydroelectric power generation at the Glen Canyon Dam. Let's see, a couple of other quick stories here. Best boss ever. The CEO of the Spanx company.
Yes.
And Gina, tell people what are Spanx exactly?
Well, it's a foundation garment. It's shapewear. You wear it under your stuff to keep things contained.
At least that's what you're told.
Although they have branched out into other outer clothing as well. You can get Spanx just regular clothes.
Well, the founder and CEO of Spanx, Sarah Blakely, surprised all of her employees with first-class plane tickets to anywhere in the world they wanted to go, and $10,000 in spending money.
Wow.
All of the employees?
Yes.
Not just-
Wow.
Yes.
Who's going to be at home making the Spanx?
The company was valued at $1.2 billion in a deal with a private equity firm. The self-made founder and billion-dollar shapewear company shared a video on Instagram of her telling employees about the gift and showing their reaction. I'm trying to see how many employees. Some of these people have been working for the company for a long time. She started the company with $5,000 of her savings and ended up becoming a self-made billionaire. But every single employee, first-class plane tickets and $10,000 in spending money. And finally, this story. Beware, there is a rare flesh-eating, sexually transmitted disease making waves after a doctor in the United Kingdom warned that it is starting to appear more often in the UK.
Isn't this that horror movie?
Granuloma linguale, also known as donovenosis, is a genital ulcerative disease caused by a bacteria. It has mostly been confined to South Africa and South America, but now it's spreading to the Western world. It causes painless, beefy red lesions on the genitals that begin to bleed. These spreading, bleeding lesions, they call it flesh. It's not really flesh eating. It's just deteriorating. Now, it can be stopped by antibiotics, but you better watch out what you're doing, or flesh-eating STDs on the marketplace.
All right.
That's it.
Sports weather traffic.
The Utah Jazz beat the Denver Nuggets last night 122-110. They improved to 3-0. That means they are undefeated in regular season play. In your baseball, yesterday, the Braves over the Astros in Game 1 of the World Series, 6-2. They play again today at 6 o'clock. Real Salt Lake is playing FC Dallas today at 6 p.m. That's your sports. Weather, slight chance of showers today, just 20%, mostly cloudy, high of 52. Then we gradually sun up and warm up for the weekend. 59 for a high tomorrow, mid-60s by Friday. Actually, Friday looks really nice. And actually, the whole weekend looks like it's going to be great. So there's that. And, your commute has been great as well. We've had barely any incidents to tell you about. And as I refresh the UDOT website, that is still the case. I have no active incidents to report. Now, maybe you have something to report. It doesn't have to be an accident. It could be a free mattress on the side of the road, animals running loose, that kind of thing. If you see something like that, you can send it in 33986.
Here's Boner candidate number 3. I'm here to claim the reward. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, a Trump backer, who offered a minimum of $25,000 to anyone who could find some evidence of voter fraud in the 2020 election. Well, somebody did, and he has apparently paid out the first bounty to a progressive who found evidence of voter cheating in the Republican Party.
Yep.
The unlikely recipient, Eric Frank, a poll worker from Chester County, Pennsylvania, is set to collect the $25,000 minimum. Frank reportedly caught sight of 72-year-old Republican voter Ralph Thurman attempting to vote twice, once for himself and once for his son, a registered Democrat. Thurman pleaded guilty last month to repeat voting. He was sentenced to 3 years probation, is now prohibited from voting for the next 4 years, according to the Philadelphia Inquirer. Back in November last year, during the aftermath of Trump's election loss, Lieutenant Governor Patrick announced, I'll offer up to $1 million to incentivize, encourage, and reward people to come forward and report voter fraud.
Up to $1 million if you rat out a Democrat.
Yeah. The Republican specifically promised that reports leading to convictions would earn at least $25,000, telling would-be informants to contact their local authorities. Well, it's happened, and now this progressive guy, this Democrat, has claimed his first $25,000.
And when he asked why not the $1 million that you promised, he said, well, I said up to 25, and I was looking for big fish. Code for a Democrat voting for Biden.
To Dan Patrick's credit, he did pay them. He did pay it. Yeah, there you go. Boner candidate number 3. I'm here to collect the reward.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Your child needed a bit of help. Your kid's kind of ugly. We're just helping. We'll Photoshop the school pictures so that your kid maybe looks at least a little bit presentable and cute. Boner candidate number 2. We don't negotiate with terrorists who need more time to do their homework. An assistant teacher suspended for telling a Muslim student that, essentially, we don't negotiate with terrorists. No, you can't have time to do your homework. And boner candidate number 3, I'm here to claim the reward.
All right, don't forget things that must go happening in the next break, just as soon as we award round 2 of your boners. So here we go. Let's get to voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight to possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here makes it the winner of round 1. It ensures that it goes to Boner Dome and will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. So we have round 1's winner and this round 2's winner together at 9:20 for Boner Fight. So in order to make that happen, we need to send one of these 3 from this round 2 forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, then text it to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting October 27, 2021, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do it, so let's go. This is round 2, and then we'll get to things that must go. After these messages, go.
The Channel 2 News at 10, it's Rod Decker, Undercover. What goes on behind the counter of your favorite burger joint? Are you getting more than you bargained for when you order it to go? Should we pay fast food workers more? And just what's in those deep-fried chicken pieces everybody orders? Our undercover reporter, Rod Decker, puts on a paper hat, a uniform, and a plastic badge with the name Bob on it, and he takes his hidden camera to uncover the truth about fast food.
Okay, Bob, I'm your manager. We'll start you out on the counter and see how you do.
Very good, sir. Hello, may I take your order?
Yes. I'll have a big burger, a 6-piece chicken thing, and a large root beer.
Would you like fries with that?
No. If I had wanted fries, I would have asked for fries.
So what you're telling me is that you don't want fries with your order.
That is what I said, isn't it?
Bob, you're slowing us down here. The customers are backing up. Let's move you over to fries for a bit. You work out there. We might be able to promote you to grill. You screw up, buddy, you're out of here.
Okay, then.
Oh, hey, Bob, I'm Ted. Welcome to Fries. Pay no attention to the assistant manager. One community college management course, and he thinks he's rake rock.
I see. So what's your story?
I just need some spare cash. I don't see myself cleaning out the shake machine 10 years from now. Hey, Bob, Bill's brother here is smuggling a keg back from Evanston. Big beer bash tonight. You want to come?
So what you're saying is that there will be an illegal supply of alcoholic beverages available tonight.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You're Rod Decker, the Channel 2 news guy. Hey, everybody, it's Rod Decker.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. My name is Bob. I'm just an everyday high school student trying to get by on minimum wage.
Hey, you are Rod Decker. Give me that paper hat. Did anyone tell him what's in the deep-fried chicken pieces?
No.
Good. Now back to work, all of you.
There you have it. Fast food workers seem to be highly trained professionals. The weak links, like me, get weeded out in a hurry due to first-rate management techniques. As for minimum wage, it seems to be enough for these kids to have beer money. And the deep-fried chicken pieces are still a mystery to me. This is Rod Decker, Undercover, KUTV News.
.846, we got things that must go as soon as we award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by some good hot bread right out of the oven with some butter on it, and you dip it in your lentil soup. Oh.
Was there blood on that? There's blood in the kitchen. I'm just wondering what.
There's blood. There was blood in the sink, and that's all because I cut my finger just in the sink.
And Robber's Roost Campsite Cordial Rockin' Bourbon. Enjoy this rich, warming, spiced whiskey spirit straight from the bottle, or pour it in a tin cup and sip it by a fire on shelves now at select DABC stores, produced by Water Pocket Distillery.
Well, I'll tell you first of all that Marnie won the Radio from Hell Trick or Treat bag.
Oh, good.
Being a random boner voter. And then I will tell you that there was no contest.
Really?
Absolutely no contest. The winner just annihilating the, number 3 got some number of votes. I'm here to claim the reward, but no, they couldn't beat number 2. We don't negotiate with terrorists who need more time to do their homework.
There it is, your winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. We'll vote at 9:20. You'll find out who Boner of the Day is at that time. Things that must go now, brought to you by
Salt Lake City has switched to ranked choice voting for November's election. Instead of voting for or against someone, voters select candidates in preferred order. Want more information? Go to www.slc.gov/RCV.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are really just... These things chafe your hide, don't they? They're making you upset. They're just aggravating you so much, and you want them to go from your life. And so you say, I know what I'll do. I'll send a strongly worded email to radiofromhell@x96.com, and I'll put my must-goes in that email, and maybe it'll make me feel better if they read it on the radio, and maybe they'll disappear from my life. So do that. Must go. Put it in the subject line, send it to radiofromhell@x96.com. Let's see, I'll start today. There's one that's been bugging me. You know, when you go to an Airbnb in particular, it's somebody's house.
Sure.
And what's bothering me a lot is the placement of toilet paper rolls in bathrooms. The toilet paper roll and dispenser should always be, picture this, you're sitting there,
okay,
slightly down and to the right, at the very least to the left, maybe to the left, but that not behind you where you have to...
No.
Like hanging on the wall behind you?
Well, it's on the, well, like the one where I just was. It's a wonderful house, but you're sitting there and you realize that the toilet dispenser is in the vanity, and it's slightly behind you and to the left. No. Now, there doesn't seem to be any place to put it anywhere else. Then just get one of those stands that you put toilet paper rolls on. Don't put it in an awkward place.
Here comes Bill with his government regulations. Here we go.
This one says, you can use my first name. Okay, Sue. People who use the word sale and sell incorrectly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a realtor, and when I hear this used incorrectly, I just want to scream. Here's an example. Sue's got an example, Gina.
Okay.
Here, can you help me sell my house?
Oh, my.
Or my house is for sale. Although I've lived here many years, I'm originally from California, so help me to understand. Is this a Utah thing?
Yeah,
pretty much.
It's
yes,
the Utah accent, yeah.
I feel like I'm listening to LeVar and LeGrand on the Utah Word of the Day. Please, people, can you help me sell my house? My house is pimple popping videos that keep showing up in my Facebook feed all of the time. Make those go away.
Stay off of Facebook and you won't have that problem.
This one says, my things that must go are children trying to make cotton candy in the dryer.
Is this a TikTok thing?
They saw a YouTube hack by putting sugar in the drum and soda in the dispenser drawer. Cotton candy is made with sugar spun around 330 degrees Fahrenheit. Most home dryers reach 135 tops, so no one gets burned. The dryer becomes a sticky mess. Number 2, my roommate putting his dirty feet on the white walls and not bothering to clean off the dirty marks.
Ew.
The townspeople of Escalante, Utah.
The townspeople?
For not having bitters for sale.
Oh.
They denied Bill from making a drink more complex and give a more complete flavor profile. Bill works really hard to give a quality Radio from Hell program, and he needs to relax at times. He deserves a bottle of whiskey and some bitters every month. Every month he deserves bitters and whiskey for his hard work. Thanks for letting me listen, Tony.
Every month.
Yeah. Carrie?
All right. First two from our house. First of all, when you think you put your phone on the cordless charger, but you didn't, and you wake up to 5% full battery power, that's a problem. And then you can guess from which one of the two of us this next one is from. Thing that must go, the damn History Channel. Because, listen, because at the beginning of November, I've been looking forward to this, all right? This is a 10-part series. I love the documentaries that are about the making of shows and movies, which is why I'm watching that History of Horror with Eli Roth and all these. I love that stuff. Well, they've got a 10-part series about my favorite thing, Star Trek, coming up on the History Channel. So I was excited for that. I set the VCR to catch it all. Well, then I get a press release that says the first 4 will be available on the History Channel. The final 6 you have to subscribe to the History Channel Vault to watch.
A trick.
For
It's a
$4.99 a month. And so screw you, History Channel. Anyway, all right. This one is from, it says, please use my name, but nurse, I'm not going to use your name. And I think once you hear the content of the email, you'll understand I'm doing you a favor. All right. Things that must go is the morale donuts in the break room. Pizza party, yay. And spreadnecks, particularly in healthcare. At the beginning of this pandemic, there was a certain amount of appreciation for this. It was always, we know your patient loads are getting impossible to deal with. You're working super hard, staying late, skipping your lunch breaks, covering for your colleagues who get COVID, and you're risking your physical and mental health. You're going above and beyond. Well, here we are, going on 2022. Not much has changed other than a lot of us have burned out a long time ago and have quit health care. And the patient loads have overwhelmingly shifted to the right-wing spreadneck COVID deniers, who are all the most self-entitled little Karens who demand the entire universe. When we don't treat their pre-death experience like a catered and pampered vacation they thought it was going to be, they get verbally and occasionally physically abusive. Personally, I prefer not to have my ass kicked because the food you receive is served in a styrofoam tray. And I'm sorry, but keeping your door open negates the purpose of the negative pressure room. And no, in this case, I don't care about your freedoms. Your poor choices have brought you to me, not mine. But really, healthcare corporations, if you want to incentivize us coming to work and subjecting ourselves to this misery, how about a raise? I haven't had a raise of any kind in 2.5 years, and Utah is one of the lowest paying states for RNs. Honestly, I'm sick of stale donuts and cold pizza left over from the day shift at the break room and the bloated sickness that follows. Honestly, it's insulting. You can see why I didn't use this person's name, even though they said, yes, use it. All right.
Gina?
Dear Lords and Lady, my one thing that must go is people who denigrate educators who also happen to be coaches. Often we're characterized as not caring about teaching, or it's insinuated that we're not very smart, or at least not as smart as real teachers. As a person who teaches and coaches, I care a great deal about what I do. I think what I teach is of value and I work hard at it. Being a coach just means that I'm sacrificing my free time to be with the students more. I do this to help them reach their goals and something they're passionate about in hopes they'll have a positive school experience. In other words, I actually want them to have good memories about their time here. Sometimes extracurriculars, art, band, choir, theater, or sports is the only thing that motivates certain students to come to school. As with any job, hearing people speculate on how hard you work when they don't know a thing about what you do is actually super frustrating. Sorry for the soapbox stuff. Thanks for letting me vent. And Geek Show says, hey. Then finally this. Good morning, Lords. I'm Shane. Go on, use my name. Okay. I've had a problem year-round, but it gets worse around Halloween. I need this to go away, stay away, and be done with. I own an old ranch in rural Utah, and we have 3 houses on the property, 2 of which are abandoned due to age, radon gas, and black mold. There's a long process in tearing them down due to safety regulations. So as old places go, they gain reputations as haunted murder scenes. Teenagers and fools who have watched Ghostbusters way too many times tend to trespass in the area. There are signs up indicating no trespassing in dangerous conditions. The property is fenced, but people come here anyway and vandalize the place and spray paint it. And if you get hurt there, guess who has to pay for it? The property owner. So stay out of there. They're not, all abandoned houses are not murder houses.
Just most of them.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Traffic, Gina, please.
You know what must go is stopping for traffic reports when there's no traffic to report, because it's all good, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's
all
it.
right. Thank you very much. We'll take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight on the way. We got a reasonable amount of news. Advantage U Medicare.
Medicare's open enrollment runs now through December 7th. So to enroll, you just call 801-893-6890 or visit AdvantageUMedicare.com. The people at Advantage U have extensive healthcare experience. They know Utahns because they are, in fact, Utahns themselves. and they know the benefits that you need. Things like $0 monthly copay plan, a $0 monthly plan premium, a $0 copay for a primary care physician visit, and only $25 copay if you have to visit a specialist. They have dental, vision, hearing benefits, plus an over-the-counter allowance and fitness coverage as well. Medicare's annual enrollment period runs now from now until December 7th, so you can go and find out more about it at AdvantageUMedicare.com.
And now, let's try to beat Gina. It's the game show that even the living dead love to play. It's the kooky, ooky, and altogether spooky Halloween edition of our game. We have horror trivia galore all this month and fabulous prizes to get. It's a radio from Hell tote bag. And now, let's meet our host, the man who knows that when hell is full, the dead will walk the earth. When he's not hosting our game, he's out killing zombies. Kerry Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. How are things in the basement?
Oh, dusty.
Dust. How do you keep your pipes working so well in all that dust, Johnny?
I thrive on dust.
Oh, okay. The announcer anomaly, that is Johnny. All right. We, off the air, we tossed a coin to determine who would be our contestant, and we have decided that, well, the coin has decided, that is, Debbie is going to be our contestant for Beat Gina right now. Debbie, are you there?
I am. Good morning.
Hi, Debbie. All right, Debbie, we're going to toss a coin again to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Debbie, heads or tails?
Heads, please.
Heads. All right. Coin toss app says tails. Uh-oh. That means Gina goes first. Okay. All right. So this is it. It's Night of the Living Dead trivia. Gina goes first. Debbie, this means that this question is solely for Gina. She gets to answer it without any interference from you, like Orange 45. Don't step in there.
Shut up, man. Don't make me say it, Debbie.
But if she gets it wrong, you get a chance to steal the point away by answering the question correctly. So pay attention, even though it's not your question. Gina.
Yes.
Oh, first person to 3 points wins. As she fled from the cemetery zombie,
okay,
Barbara crashed the car that she and Johnny had arrived in. What did she hit? Was it A, a tree, B, a gas station, C, a popcorn stand, or D, Dennis Quaid's dignity?
I'm going to say a tree.
A tree is correct.
Yes.
It's 1-0 for Gina. Now, Debbie, you control the question, and we'll have a chance to tie the game. And, Debbie, we're having a little hard time hearing you. At least I am.
Yes.
Maybe you could step up to your phone a little more.
Okay, is that any better?
It's a little bit better, but speak up there. Debbie, where did Ben find his truck? Was it A, at the big Trucktober sales event? He saved a great deal of money on. B, Beekman's Diner. C, the Naughty Pine Cafe in Loa. Ask for Hazel. Or D, the Peach Pit Diner.
I'm going to go with B.
Beekman's Diner is correct.
That is correct. It's now tied 1-1. Gina's turn to try and answer a question.
Gina, which actor/actress played one of the Trapped Seven as well as one of the Living Dead? Was it A, Carl Hardman, B, Marilyn Monroe, C, Dame Judi Dench, because she can play anything. Or D, Marilyn Eastman.
I'll go with D, Marilyn Eastman.
That is correct.
That was really difficult. It's 2-1. Debbie, now you have a chance to tie.
Debbie, what is Karen Cooper's single line of dialogue in the film? I hurt. That's A. B, MAGA. C, I turned myself into a pickle. I'm Pickle Karen. Or D, I can feel myself rot.
Oh. D.
I can feel myself rot? Good
Yeah.
guess, but incorrect. I'm sorry. Gina?
Well, then it would have to be, as much as I want it to be Pickle Karen.
You're going to win. You're going to win, you know, if you get this right, Gina. And we
Go
won't
on
have any
for a
more of
minute?
these. We won't have any more of these fabulous questions.
Oh, okay, you turned me Pickle Karen. That's my answer.
Oh, no. Gina, that's incorrect. It's I
Oh.
hurt. Okay.
But you still control the question, I believe. That was the steal, so you still
Okay.
Yeah,
control
that was
the question.
steal, so
Yes.
now this is your question. You control it. Gina, what does Ben use to keep the undead at bay? Is it A, that new Vin Diesel record? Have you heard it?
Yeah.
B, fire. C, circles of salt on the ground. Or D, an apple a day. Keeps the zombies away. That's the old saying, right?
That's what I heard. Yeah. I don't know. Do we need to stretch this out anymore, or should I just put a stake in it?
Yeah, we can just.
Okay. That would be torches. That would be fire.
Fire. There we go. You
Gina
are the
wins
winner,
the
Gina.
game.
Oh,
Fabulous.
Gina, way to go.
Yeah, way to go, Gina. That was
It's
brilliant.
all good. It's all good.
Debbie, you were a good sport. Would you like the promise of someday getting a Radio from Hell tote bag?
Yes, I would. Yes,
Okay.
I would.
Okay.
Hang on the line. We'll get your information, and someday someone will contact you about how to get it.
Scott. Scott. Spell it with me now. S-C-O-T-T. And now we'll use it in some dialogue with our two Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. LeGrand has been invited over to LeVar's trailer house for lunch. Again, the word is Scott. Come on in, LeGrand. Door's open, and our delicious repast is about to begin. I hope you brought some drinks for us.
Well, I did indeed, LeVar. I bought the whole six-pack of caffeine-free Diet Sam's Choice Cola from the Walmart. Didn't have no way of chilling it, though. Hope you have smice.
Well, fridge's been busted for a few months now. I've learned to appreciate my cola beverages at room temperature.
Well, that's just fine with me, too. I'm always sneaking a cola from down in the food storage room so as Midge won't know I got a bit of an addiction. You see, we keep the caffeinated stuff in the food storage on the theory that in the event of a nuclear catastrophe, we'll need to stay awake so as we can keep the neighbors from busting in, and so as we'll have plenty of energy to be fruitful and repopulate our wasted planet. If you know what I mean. So what's for lunch?
Beef stew. I helped can it myself. It's Deseret brand beef stew. because I helped can it, I got a free case from the Bishop Storehouse.
Ooh, I love the sound of canned stew boiling up on the range. Smells pretty good, too.
That's because Scott All Natural Garden and Beef Ingredients. Look here at that list of nutritious stuff that comes in this one can. Scott carrots, peas, taters, onions, chunks of beef, and some beef byproducts.
Ooh, that's good. Oh, but looky here. This Deseret brand beef stew's got 23 grams of fat per serving. This stew's got more fat in it than 9 strips of bacon, LeVar.
Bacon, that sounds good. Let's fry up some strips of bacon to go with our stew. You know, bacon's got an essential ingredient in it that you can only get from a few foods, you know. Foods like bologna and hot dogs and some canned hams.
Bacon's got something in it that your body needs? What?
Nitrite. It's got nitrite in it. The body needs nitrite to preserve the internal organs.
Well, fry some up then.
Okay.
Hey, you got a raw hot dog or some bologna I can nibble on to tide me over till the stew's on? My big ones is eating my little ones. I'm so hungry.
Anyway, let's pop open a couple of them diet sodas for a toast, LeGrand. To life.
To life.
If we keep eating like this, we're going to live forever.
Was on this day.
In 1967, Scott Richard Weiland, the lead singer of Stone Temple Pilots, was born. He died in 2015 at the age of 48. We're not celebrating his death. We're celebrating his birth. So.
Of course. Of course. Let's see now. Coming up, we do have Boner Fight. We got a reasonable amount of news. And let's see. According to Ben Winslow,
our good friend at, was he at Fox?
13. Yeah. Just tweeted that Intermountain Healthcare will be requiring all healthcare workers to have the COVID vaccine.
What?
That's
outrageous.
Huge. That's huge for a couple of reasons. They're the biggest employer in the state.
That I did not know.
Uh-huh.
Bigger than the federal government?
I don't know.
Biggest
maybe
private
the biggest
employer?
private employer.
Maybe it's private employer.
Yeah.
But this is such a no-brainer. Yes, if you're in healthcare, you should.
Well, then why did it take so long for them to do it?
I mean, I know there is a concern that, you know, my stepdad, Daddy Gary, he works in the nursing home business. And it's been a constant battle through all of COVID that there are a lot of people that work in nursing homes that don't want to be vaccinated. But so they have staffing shortages. So they're like, great, if we insist on them being vaccinated, we're already shorthanded. How much more shorthanded are we going to be? But the more these bigger corporations all require vaccines, these healthcare workers aren't going to have any place to go to get a job. If everybody's requiring it, because that's what they say, well, I can work somewhere where they don't require the vaccine. Well, if Intermountain Healthcare is requiring it, that's a huge portion of the healthcare jobs out there that you are going to have to be vaccinated if you want to work it here.
And I can always count on a guy in the chat room for statistics. Intermountain Healthcare, about 20,000 plus. State of Utah, state government, about 20,000 plus. University of Utah, including hospital, higher education, 20,000 plus. So about those three in there somewhere.
I wonder where this is all going to go in terms of, because we've now gotten to this point where people, you get vaccinated, but then you go, oh, well, it's not, and this is certainly not to say you shouldn't get vaccinated, you should, but it's not the silver bullet we hoped it would be. you can still catch COVID, although the symptoms are. So I guess what I'm wondering is, are we going to find something else?
No, there's
that
never
will
a
knock
silver.
the-
There's
that'll
never a
just-
silver bullet.
That'll
There's
just
not.
yeah, there is. I mean, we got rid of smallpox. There's a silver bullet. There are. I just wonder if we would ever find one for this, where we just knock the crap out of it. You know.
I think that horse has left the barn. There was probably a time maybe that was possible.
We
but-
might have been able to put it out, but we all respected people's freedoms and all that stuff. No, it's not a silver bullet. It's a force shield.
Yeah.
And depending on who's firing at you, which variant, the shields can go. It can penetrate your shields.
There's no 100%. You know,
No.
People are allergic to penicillin. There's no thing that works perfectly for everybody.
Are
all
you
the
trying to
time.
tell me I have to go out and go get a penicillin shot?
No, it's just it's all risk management. That's what we're trying to do here. Managing the risk of getting COVID.
I would. Well, go ahead.
Texter here says, I work for Intermountain. It's more like 40,000 people. So maybe it is the biggest employer.
That's what the Ben Winslow's report said. That's why
Yeah.
I wasn't just pulling that out of the air. I take it from.
I never assume you're pulling anything out of the air.
Oh, I pull all kinds of things out of the
Not out of the air. I think you might pull them out of something else, but not the air. I look forward to a day where there are absolute, maybe there is an absolute cure for this, as there was finally for polio, as there was finally for smallpox.
And, well, let's say that day does arrive. Do you think Facebook and Fox News are going to let people get this final thing that will get rid of it?
Well, I think that day, when that day arrives, there will be no Facebook and there will be no Fox
You
News.
think, huh?
Bill, it's a misnomer to say there was a cure for polio. People got polio; they didn't cure it. It's preventing people from getting polio.
Yes, absolutely preventing them from getting it.
Yeah.
not just making sure
Because everybody got a
they don't
polio
get just a
vaccine.
little bit of polio.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not. Well, we can go into it.
100 largest companies in Utah, Intermountain Healthcare, yes. Followed by New Skin Enterprises, MSC Group, Needle Holdings, Alsco, SkyWest Airlines, and then the church, O Jesus Christ, O Latter-day Saints.
I don't hear the federal government. There must be.
Maybe
a lot
that's a
of,
separate list.
Maybe.
That's a.
Well, apparently it is because it's not on that one.
We'll take a break. We'll be back. Boner Fight is on the way. Stand by. X96.
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
Last week, these little girls came up to me.
Ow.
They come running up to me, and they go, and I mean they're like 12 years old or 11, and they go, "Are you Bill Allred?" And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Do you remember us?" And I said, "No." And they said, "You threw us out of that garage in your backyard a couple of weeks ago."
What? You had kids in your garage?
Not my garage, my neighbor. She has this old garage, and the
Wait a
top
minute.
of it.
No, do you have an infestation?
Yeah.
Is it like
little girls?
That's what it was like. It was an infestation of little girls. And the old garage has like a top place that you can walk up some stairs and go into, a second story, but it's just ramshackle. You know, you can see through the ceiling and the floorboard.
You ought not be walking
yeah,
around.
It's more of a shack than anything.
Yeah, and I realized there were some kids up there so I went over, and there were these little girls in there trying to clean it up and make a playhouse out of it. You know? And
A fort. We want a fort.
Yeah, and I was nice to him because I said I know how attractive this is to want to do this, but it's really not safe. Plus, it's filthy. And I mean, they had cleaning equipment in there and all of this kind of stuff. And I said, it's really not safe.
Yeah.
So you got, and there were other kids coming down my driveway and stuff to go up there with them. And I said, so come on out and please don't do it anymore. And they haven't. I could have I was going to put a lock on the door for my neighbor. And I haven't gotten around to it, but I don't think anybody's been up there since.
Yeah.
At least I don't think so. But then apparently there were some older kids who recognized me, apparently. So they were just really excited that they had been thrown out.
Kicked us out.
They kicked us out of that place.
Does that mean Jonesy's going to scream like that someday? No! Is that what girls do?
Yeah.
Hi. Being there for kids is super good fun.
Who is that? Who is that that says super good fun?
It's a PSA for some kid thing.
But you don't know who it is?
No.
Hi. Being there for kids is super good fun.
All it takes is a little know-how.
All it takes is a little know-how. Yeah, super good fun.
96.3 FM, X96.
Okay, let's see, it's 9:21 right now. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 6 or so minutes.
Okay.
So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by...
Flying Vampires, yes, Dracula the Ballet now through October 30th. Tickets at balletwest.org.
Thank you very much.
Miranda Cosgrove.
Disney. She's a
Is
Disney
she?
kid. Yeah.
Miranda Cosgrove says that she was on a tour bus in 2011. She was on a tour of the country doing, she's the iCarly.
Oh.
And she was doing the iCarly tour.
Yeah.
And they got into a crash and in the middle of the night. And she I guess she had an album out, too, at the time. Anyway, she's promoting the album. She's doing the iCarly stuff, whatever she's doing. She went to the hospital, suffered an ankle break that required surgery. And when she later returned to her doctors to have the cast removed, Cosgrove noticed something out of place above her ankle. It was strange. When I woke up, I had a cast on, and then later I went back and they removed it, and that's when I noticed the hole.
Hole.
I was asking questions like, well, what's this? And they said, well, wait, what? I don't see anything. There's a hole in my leg. And they were like, oh, we didn't do that. Cosgrove said,
where did it come from?
Cosgrove said the hole eventually scabbed over, never caused her any pain, but she's still unsure how it got there. Well, you deserved an answer.
Yeah.
I think the healthcare system owes that to you.
I was going to say, yeah, you may not have made that hole, but you didn't treat it before you covered it with a cast. Even I know that needs to be done.
When Jenna Johnson Chmerkovsky, I think is how you say her name, called her parents back home in Provo, Utah, to tell them that she was going to be half of the first same-sex pairing on ABC's Dancing with the Stars, their response completely shocked her. They said, well, what an honor that Dancing with the Stars would trust you with this situation.
Well, that's nice.
And that's kind of been my whole outlook, she said. When there are times that I do get nervous about it or I do hesitate or question, I just keep thinking like, well, what an honor it is to be doing that.
Exactly.
The show made headlines when it was announced that Johnson Chmerkovsky would partner with JoJo Siwa, who spent 2 seasons on the reality show Dance Moms and became a YouTube star.
So then they should win this handily. She's already been on another dance show.
Siwa describes herself as a pansexual and says she has a girlfriend. Johnson Chmerkovsky is married, and her husband is a fellow Dancing with the Stars professional dancer, Valentin Chmerkovsky. She said Dancing with JoJo Siwa is just one of the latest partners she's had on the show, and she said it's different. She said, I've danced with gay men certainly before, but this is the kind of the first time I've ever danced with an LGBTQ plus woman, and what an honor. What an honor.
Good for them.
Let's see. Mike Lee, our senator.
All right.
Executives from social media titans like TikTok, Snapchat, and YouTube were on the hot bench Tuesday for a U.S. Senate hearing focused on protecting children from exposure to harmful online content. Senator Lee did a little sleuthing, he said, ahead of the hearing, one that marked the first time appearances before Congress for China-based short video platform TikTok and U.S. messaging app Snapchat. Lee had his staff launch a Snapchat account for a fictitious 15-year-old and then monitored what kind of content was pushed to the fake teen. During his questioning of Snap Vice President and Global Public Policy Jennifer Stout, Senator Lee said that what his staffers discovered was appalling for a platform purporting to moderate content appropriate for users aged 13 and older. When they opened the Discover page on Snapchat, they were immediately bombarded with content that I can most politely describe as wildly inappropriate for a child, Lee said, including recommendations for, among other things, an invite to play an online sexualized video game that has marketed itself to people who are 18 and up, tips on why you shouldn't go to bars alone. Well, that's probably good advice, isn't it?
Good thing.
And articles about porn stars. Now, let me remind you that this inappropriate content has, by default, been recommended for a 15-year-old child sent to them by an app just using the default setting. I respectfully but very strongly beg to differ on your characterization that this content is suitable for children 13 and up. Citing the harm that can come to vulnerable young people from the sites, ranging from eating disorders to exposure to sexually explicit content, lawmakers on the Senate Commerce Subcommittee on Consumer Protection, Product Safety, and Data Security also sought the executive's support for legislation. So what they want here is, rather than letting the parents be parents, they want government regulation of these apps. They will, and then on to tomorrow they will argue, we have to let the parents be the parents and decide what content is going to be in their schools.
Yeah.
Depends on,
Depends on the content, you know.
And they don't, and when Mike Lee talks out of both sides of his mouth,
Is
he
Mike
doesn't,
Lee? Yeah,
he
is
doesn't
Mike,
get it.
Is Mike Lee going to do anything about all the hate that's being spread on Facebook? That we have evidence that proves that it's there. Is he going to do anything about that, or is he worried about?
Watch out, Gina.
You know, tips for bars on Snapchat.
The BLM is issuing Christmas tree cutting permits starting on November 1st.
I don't have.
I'm telling you, people are going to get permits, and
I'm not on BLM land.
you can go. That doesn't matter. You can go cut down any. Go cut down any tree. A woman who bought a bag of potato chips or crisps, I guess they call them in England, from the Aldi, which I guess now there
It's
are
a
all
grocery
these
store.
There are Aldis now in the United States too, right?
Yeah, I've been to an Aldi in Florida.
Are they? They're supposed to be kind of big and special and unusual.
They're kind of like a bargain basement Trader Joey kind of.
So she buys a bag of crisps, potato chips at an Aldi, and she opens it up. What's in there? Whole potato.
Well, yeah.
No potato chips in there at all. Whole potato. But that
Wouldn't
not
that be
to
really heavy? Wouldn't you know the minute you pick that up that it's...
Yes. And then not to
That
be
didn't
outdone.
feel quite right.
Hey, I got it home and look.
Not to be outdone, a man in the United Kingdom who happens to love baked beans opened up a can of baked beans and found an eyeball.
That's not true. I don't believe that.
Look at the picture.
Well,
look at the picture. There's an
See?
eyeball.
There it is.
In his can of Branston baked beans. The company said, we're terribly sorry. Terribly sorry.
There's no
we,
eyeball.
He said, they said, we don't think that's an eyeball. We think
No.
it's mold.
Oh,
that
but that's
somehow
not good either.
Well, yeah, they said
Not any better,
it
yeah.
somehow accidentally got into. There must have been a little, and that's unacceptable. But we don't think that's an eyeball. But we will take care of it, and,
All right.
and make sure you get some good beans there, buddy.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
People have a permit to cut down Christmas trees. They're just going to willy-nilly.
Willy-nilly?
Yeah. All right, we've got the winner from round one going up against number two to see who is the boner of the day. Number one, back in the 7 o'clock hour, Dad's dead. He don't care. A woman slammed for a sexy photo shoot that she did, dressed rather inappropriately for a funeral, in front of her father's open casket. I don't know what she was thinking. I guess she's a real influencer on Reddit or one of them. And this is not appropriate.
No.
Going up against number two, we don't negotiate with terrorists who need more time to do their homework. A teacher or a teacher's aide suspended for telling a Muslim student in New Jersey that he asked for more time to complete an assignment, and the teacher said, we don't negotiate with terrorists to do for homework. We just don't do that. No, that's not appropriate either.
No. All right. Let's get to it. This is Boner of the Day. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today? One or two. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or going online is an option. Go to x96.com. Once the page loads, refresh your internet browser, and the box should magically appear that says Boner Fight October 27, 2021, and then you can vote there, okay? I say refresh your browser because we just put that box up on the website. Takes them a sec to get there. So go ahead. This is Boner of the Day. Let's get to voting. We have
Thanks,
late-breaking news from the nursery. Mikkel is on the line. Hello, Mikkel.
Mikkel.
This is Gina's sister, Mikkel.
Hello.
Good morning. Good morning.
Are you at the hospital, Mikkel?
I am. Am I a terrible sister? I'm out here in the hall calling you guys. Why am I doing that?
Because we need to know.
Are you an aunt?
Of course I'm an aunt. I'm
Well,
the aunt.
Well, she was an aunt
Well, I
before,
know, but
though.
are you an aunt
A new
two
aunt.
times over?
Many times over. I don't even know how many times over.
Did Gina have the baby?
Yes, we have a baby.
We've got a baby.
What is it? Is it human?
It's a human baby.
It appears to be human.
Did it come out wearing a little turban and those turned-up shoes?
No, but actually there is a funny story which I can relay.
Okay.
That Joe put in a soothing CD, and out come these sounds of all these monkey sounds. It's like a jungle CD.
It's the is it the rainforest? Is that what it was?
It's supposed to be, you know, nice, soothing labor and delivery music, and all of a sudden we hear this. And so then we're out in the hall talking to the doctor who's here, and it's not her regular doctor. And the nurse said, "Don't worry, this doctor's wonderful. In fact, last week or this summer, he delivered the baby orangutan up at the Hobo Zoo."
Oh.
So he's really good.
So Mikkel, it's a little girl. We knew that.
Yeah, Jonesy, she's 7'7",
Okay.
7 pounds, 7 ounces.
and you can braid her hair,
So not that huge.
But a lot of hair, though.
but tons of hair.
Did we think she was going to be bigger than that?
She looked bigger than that.
Now.
What? She was huge. What are we talking? What are we mincing words for? Gina looked huge.
She looks beautiful.
Yes, all pregnant women are beautiful and huge. All right.
So 7 pounds, 7 ounces.
But she still is about 10 days early, so she's a good size.
Well, that's a good size.
And everything. And was it a hard delivery? Easy? Was it?
No, not a peep. Gina didn't say a word. Just 2 pushes and out she popped. It was quick.
Baby just slid right out.
Is that because she had the drugs, right? That's why she didn't make a peep,
yes,
right?
her thumb was going crazy on the bolus. Absolutely.
I'm tired.
There you go. Get out of here.
Well, that's great
That's good news.
Great news. I just had to. Yeah, she's probably going to kill me that I called you guys, but I had to do it.
No, I think she'll be happy you did.
Okay.
Thanks, Mikkel.
Okay, Elsa.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, tell her to just relax or something. Okay. It is 9:38. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by Lentil Soup and really nice hot bread from the oven.
And Scott Hale offering a $49 furnace tune-up. For appointments scheduled by October 31st, call 801-264-HALE.
No contest. Boom.
Oh, really?
Knocked it out of the park by over 70 votes. The winner was Boner candidate number 2. We don't negotiate with terrorists for more
All right.
homework.
Good choice. There's your Boner of the Day for today, October 27th, 2021. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Go ahead and hit that, Katie.
The
and
following is a sponsored feature.
Let's get Alan on the phone. Hello, Alan Scott.
Morning.
Hello. Good morning, all.
Alan, how are you? You have done something which I didn't think possible. You have made you have made this whiskey, Robber's Roost whiskey, taste like almost. I don't know how to describe it. It's spicy. It's smooth, easy to drink. How did you do this? This is really good stuff.
Well, thank you. I'm so glad you like it.
Yeah.
We had a goal of we wanted to make a spiced whiskey that you could just pour straight into an enamel cup sitting by the campfire, and that was what we wanted to achieve.
Success.
So we took a beautiful 5-year-old whiskey. We macerated with fig, date, raisin, and these little Chinese dates called jujubes. And then after about 3 weeks of maceration with that, we throw in a bunch of botanicals, 2 types of cinnamon, orange peel, lemon peel, saffron. So there's a whole range of botanicals we use, and all real ingredients, all macerated directly here at the distillery, and I think the result is just
yeah. Now macerated, that's a fancy word for you soaked those figs and all those things
mash
in
it
the
up
whiskey.
and
smoked and mashed.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the whiskey just pulls those flavors from the dried fruit. So you get that whole dried fruit layer with the spice layer kind of lingering on top of that. And it's just, it's a very kind of heartwarming. It's perfect for this fall weather. So.
Now, I'll post some pictures of this, but I, in fact, had a bottle of this and was sitting by not a campfire, but a fire at a house on the edge of the Escalante River this past weekend.
That's exactly what it was made for, Bill. You're doing it right.
Right, and I'll post the pictures of me drinking this Robber's Roost from Water Pocket Distillery.
Wait, did I hear that right? Was the house on fire, or was
no,
just a fire in your house? Or?
There was a nice fireplace in the house, and
okay.
And I was sitting there drinking this, and you really don't have to mix it with anything. You're right. I tried making a cocktail with it, though, just like a kind of a cosmopolitan, not a cosmo. Not a
Manhattan.
Manhattan. Thank you, Gina. Kind of a Manhattan. I put a little sweet vermouth in it, and it makes a pretty damn good cocktail as well.
Yeah, Sundance Resort's been making this beautiful hot toddy with it.
Oh,
a lot of customers that have kind of switched to hot toddies, yeah.
Okay, now what do they do with it? Because I was looking at this and I'm like, I don't need to do anything to make a hot toddy out of this. But what are they adding anything to it?
You'd probably just add a little hot water and then maybe like a slice of orange with some cloves in it.
Oh, perfect.
Perfect. That'd be a good start.
Oh, perfect.
So,
and now I remember a long time ago you telling us about Water Pocket Distillery, about why you decided to name it that, and could you just go into that real quickly for us?
Well, Water Pocket's one of the Water Pocket Fold, which is what gives us the Capitol Reef, is just one of my favorite places and my wife's favorite place. You know, if Utah were a big outdoor art gallery, I think that's one of the Rembrandts for what we have in the state. It's such a beautiful and serene place, and was quintessentially Utah. So when we thought about naming the distillery, we just thought, well, what's one of our favorite places? Where do we spend a lot of time? That's kind of how we got the name. But then, you know, it's our motto is open wild. So we try to do some stuff that pushes the boundaries a little bit and takes you to some very new flavors. And that's really kind of the essence of what we try to do at the distillery.
So I'd point out one other thing: the name of the whiskey, Robber's Roost.
Mhm.
You know, you say Capitol Reef is a very serene place, except that's where Butch Cassidy and the boys went to hide out in the Capitol Reef area, and they called it the Robber's Roost.
The Robber's Roost is just east of Capitol Reef on the other side of the Henry Mountains.
Yeah.
And it's a maze of canyons. Yeah, if you get in there, you have the law after you. You can hide out there pretty effectively because there's lots of ways in, lots of ways out, lots of slot canyons, lots of places to hide. One of our customers came in, and a family runs cattle down there, and they found a tiny little slot canyon. They lost a calf down it, and they had to shimmy down this little slot canyon. They found an entire cabin hidden in the end of this slot canyon.
Cool.
Man. Still had a newspaper and some dishes on the table and stuff like that. So it's, you know, legendary outlaw country for Utah. So
it's Robber's Roost Rock and Bourbon Campside Cordial. I know it's available at the distillery, Water Pocket Distillery out in West Valley, but is it also available in our stores, our DABC stores?
Yes. It's in about 17 stores now.
Okay.
So the best way to find if it's in a store local to you is just go to, you know, Google DABC inventory, and that'll take you to a tool, and then you can find if it, you know, it's in Ogden, it's in several places in Salt Lake, it's in a few other places in Utah. But yeah, it's been doing well in the stores. People seem to love it. So
it is yummy.
I'll post some pictures of me drinking that stuff by the fire down in Escalante, and we'll put it on our Facebook page and Twitter and all of that. It's good stuff. Alan Scott, thanks for talking with us. Robber's Roost Whiskey, Water Pocket Distillery. Look them up. They're great. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you very much, Alan.
Thanks so much. Stay safe, folks.
We'll take a break. We'll crawl towards the exits after these. X96.
Hey there.
Senior. Spell it with me now. S-E-N-I-O-R. Senior. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two Utah friends, Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr. and his trailer-dwelling pal, LeVar. Imagine, if you will, LeVar and LeGrand enjoying a lazy Saturday afternoon of TV watching in LeVar's trailer home at the Restful View Mobile Home Park. Again, the word is senior. Yeah, sure is fun sitting around on a lazy day watching reruns ahead of the class with you, LeGrand. Glad you could come over.
Well, I had to get out of the house. I mean, for heck's sakes, Midge had a list of honey-dos for me as long as that hair on her mother's chin. I snuck out before she could put me to work.
You don't mind if I drink me some beer while head to the class is on, do you, LeGrand?
I've long ago given up trying to change your sinful ways, LeVar. You know I think that drinking beer is wrong, but I'm not going to say anything more about it.
Hey, what happened to the rest of the beer in this can I was working on? I know I didn't finish it.
I don't know. You must have drunk it. I'll get you another can of beer from the Frigidaire.
Head of the class. This is a really funny show. Reminds me of our school days, LeGrand. You remember me out in the parking lot and you over to the seminary building? We had some choice times, didn't we?
Sure did. Now, I'm proud to say I got my high school diploma and my seminary diploma. I don't believe you managed either one, did you?
Never mind. Boy, that redhead on head of the class sure reminds me of my old high school sweetheart. Hey, you remember Franny Hayes?
God, I sure loved her. I seen your old flame a couple of days ago, by the way. I seen your Franny Hayes at the Quick Stop. What happened between you two?
I dumped her. She got pregnant, so I dumped her. Got pregnant right here in this here trailer. How's she doing? She probably got like 20 kids and not a pot to piss in, right?
Married a rich guy. She was driving a fancy Lexi or a Affinity or something like that, covered in diamonds. She looked good.
I don't care. I don't care for her no more.
Oh, come on, LeVar, you care. I seen your face fall when I told you. I seen your emotions fly to the surface.
Shut up and pass me another beer. Hey, you know what? This Alpo don't taste half bad when it's fried up like this.
Did he?
You know what, the candy corn, which I think gets a bad rap. I don't hate it, but you know, there's another name for it.
What's that?
It's called chicken feed.
That makes
in
sense.
some places, yeah. I think this is a better name for it, actually. Chicken feed candy.
What about Chico Sticks?
Oh, Chico Sticks. We
like the Chico Stick.
Yeah, we used to call those also. Didn't they call them chicken bones? I think as well. They're
No actual chicken in Chico Sticks?
no, I don't believe so.
Nor in the cracker, chicken and a biscuit. There's no
Chicken
chicken.
and-
No.
No, there are. I think there are feathers in those, but not
Just
actual
delicious,
chicken.
just delicious, savory flavor.
I haven't had chicken in a biscuit for a long time.
So the subject of Halloween candy was in the house yesterday, and the subject of what is the best and what is the favorites and stuff that we remember. And we realized in this house that the chewy candy, we're not a fan of the chewy candy, like gummies or taffy.
Yeah.
Dots?
Or dots. We're not a fan of the chewy candy in our house, we realized. And then I remembered Boston baked beans.
Oh.
Do you remember Boston baked
bet.
beans?
They break your tooth.
They're kind of hard.
I liked those.
With a little Spanish peanut inside of them.
There was just a peanut inside, and it was covered in this red candy.
Yeah.
And it was.
They look like coronavirus.
I love them.
They're kind of a little spiky on the outside of them.
Now, Chico Sticks are kind of they're kind of like the center of a Butterfinger. They're made with roasted peanuts and toasted coconut. and turmeric for color.
And turmeric for the yellow, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, we the chewy candies are not, even Swedish Fish, we're not fans of the chewy candy in this house.
You're chocolate, right?
We're more chocolate people,
Yeah.
you know. So we get the Reese's, we get the Kit Kats, we got the Butterfinger. I'll be giving out the Butterfinger to the kids because I want to keep the Reese's peanut butter cups for myself. Because, you
Oh,
get
but I
that
like
variety bag.
Yeah, I like the Butterfinger too.
I got the variety bag, so the kids are going to be getting first the Butterfingers, the York Peppermint Patties, all of that stuff. I'll be holding back the Reese's and the Kit Kats for myself.
The only candy that I'll eat all of those, except I have never been a fan of the peppermint, York peppermint. And I don't, this craze for the peppermint brownies, the chocolate mint brownies and that kind of stuff. I'm just not a fan of that. I'll eat it, I suppose. It's not like it turns my stomach, but I'll eat. I love the Butterfingers and.
Here's another unpopular opinion from our house. Skittles, not so much.
No, not too much either.
I don't go out of my way for Skittles if they're around.
They're very popular. Yeah, they're really popular. Not me, not so much. Starburst, the same, not so much.
Chicken Bones, a different candy than Chico Sticks. Chicken Bones, they're pink, and they have a cinnamon flavored outer layer and then chocolate filling, kind of a hard candy.
Oh, now see, I'd like that.
Yeah, they're called Chicken Bones. I've had those before.
Anything that gets stuck in the teeth. Bit of honey. I like the flavor, but boy, it just
yeah,
it'll
it's
get
a
stuck in
good
your
bit.
teeth.
Bit of honey tastes good.
I like the flavor of bit of honey, but it never.
I always feel like I'm going to pull a filling.
Or
out.
the Look bar. Remember the Look
bar? Yeah.
That big chewy thing of whatever that was.
And then there was a candy bar called Marathon, which they don't make anymore, which was just a braided caramel drizzle covered in chocolate. And so it's just, you're chewing on caramel. That's another one. Not so much with me and caramel.
When we went to the movies when we were kids, and you go to a movie and there'd be a matinee and a bunch of cartoons, and and you were there for a long time, you'd always get the Sugar Daddy. You get a Sugar Daddy because it'll last for the movie.
And there was one called Black Cow, wasn't there?
Sugar Daddy covered with chocolate, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a black cow.
Oh, and the Big Hunk. Don't forget the Big. I liked the Big Hunk because it had peanuts in it.
Those are all sticky.
But again, too chewy. These are the chewy ones that not so much in our house.
Well, you get older and your teeth start to loosen, and it's just a problem. just it becomes a problem.
Yeah, just get stuck in between your teeth. Plus, I have a dentist appointment tomorrow, so no chewy candy.
I want some candy.
Dr. Carroll, you gonna go see Dr. Carroll?
Yep.
Some candy.
All right. We do have the promo. Okay, maybe we should do the promo and crawl toward the exits.
Yeah. I've been meaning to mention all day. Don't forget that Coats for Kids thing.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wait, let me...
Do you have a liner about that? Larry H. Miller Ford store. They're collecting coats for kids, and they really need... There's a big push on. They need coats for kids.
Katie, tomorrow, can you put that in the liners so we can read about it tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right.
We'll hit it a few times tomorrow.
Ready for the promo?
Yeah.
Here we go. Coming up on Thursday's Radio from Hell show.
At 6:45, I'll have the latest in geek news, and then right after that, it's Beat Gina.
And we have a Radio from Hell coffee mug for the brave contestant that dares challenge me.
Plus, Mayor Mendenhall will be here with our Salt Lake Weekly Update at 7:45.
Oh, that doesn't seem like enough. Oh, wait a minute. I'm getting word. Yes, there will be more on Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Okay.
I need some candy.
I've had that big 150-piece bag assortment upstairs.
That you haven't opened still?
That I have not opened for 2 weeks.
It's time, Carrie. You
So
open it up. That.
It's time to crack it open, I think. And start eating the Reese's.
I'm going to go up and get me a crackle. I want a crackle.
Oh, crackle's good, too, yeah. I don't know. There's an argument. Crackle or the Nestle Crunch Bar?
I like crackle.
Crackle.
I'll take either of them. I'll take the one that you don't take.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. I think we're good. We got all business, right? Fine job as always, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
There's no blood in the soup.
Corey is next.